Okay. Hey everybody, thanks for joining us. This is kind of one of those days that's like a study group, only a lot longer and me going down probably way more rabbit holes or going off on tangents. So I was going to start something off right off the bat, but um, let's do that before we jump into Q&A. And so let's do a little something on body tension. And we didn't really say like have these oils available. So this is going to be things that we can do that are a bit more flexible. And so ideally, you would use helichrysum, you would use poplar balsam, wintergreen, you could use fascial release, king of pain, or APR. If you don't have any of those, galbanum would also work. Even something like lavender, something that reduces tension. You could use tarragon or lemongrass, Litsea cubeba. Let's see what you got. And
So I have helichrysum,
poplar, wintergreen, fascial release, king of pain, APR. And then B choices would start to be lavender, galbanum, even frankincense, maybe like a spruce, like Sitka or white spruce. Let's see where we're at with that.
Okay. And for anyone who just joined, we will do this a little different than we've done before. So Greg just named a bunch of stuff and we're going to work on tension,
body tension, just like some good old fashioned body tension. That could play a role in pain syndromes. It could play a role in like a black back or even shoulder issue, hip issue. But also things like anxiety, it could play a little bit of a role. Sleep issues, it could play a little bit of a role. This is one of those things where it could augment the treatment in a lot of other conditions. So let's just see what you have. And anybody having issues with not having an oil?
No one's anything.
Okay, I think we're good. All right. So first off, you're going to identify an affected area. So it could be a shoulder, it could be back, it could be hip. If it's emotional or you just have like tension with something in the environment, you could also think of that. So whatever kind of is bothering you at the time, like reflect on, think about, and begin inhaling the oil. Inhale through the nose, exhale through the mouth. You're still inhaling on the affected area. And then just be still for a sometimes the body tension is the body, the emotions, the mind, but sometimes it's also external situations. So, right now, let's focus on the body, and then we'll do a little experiment about something in your environment, some external situation. So, focus on your body, some affected area. Even if it's, say, your shoulder and you're like, yeah, but my shoulder's not bothering me right now, still work it to do some prevention. So whatever your area is that's a little compromised, your awareness is there, and take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Notice how that made you feel. Again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on that affected area, that same spot. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths in through the nose, out through the mouth. And then just pause and be still. Pause and be still. Now, think of an external situation that is the equivalent of a compromised part of your body. Think of something that's a little agitating in your environment. A little bit of a conflict, a little bit of got to get something done, you got to meet a deadline, somebody you're trying to avoid, you know. Next weekend we're going to be talking about our potential Uncle Bob kind of scenarios where you're dealing with somebody obnoxious coming up on the holidays. It could be something as simple as that. So you're thinking of that situation, you're inhaling the oil as you think of that external situation. And then just pause and be still. And then again, that same external situation.
Okay.
Yeah. Marjoram totally could have been one. Yeah. How did I let that one get by? Yeah, good call, Zakia. As a rookie move on my part. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, Zakia was like, "What? No marjoram?" Yeah, marjoram totally could be one. Yeah. So the idea here, you can let the inhalation go, is to just explore the area of how much tension is being generated in my body and how much tension is being generated outside of my body, but my body feels it. And for some of you, it might be that the body had more tension, and some of you, it might be the external situation that will actually fluctuate. Like right now, if you don't have a lot going on, you're like, yeah, I worked something, didn't really do anything. But then if you're like, oh, that jerk at work, and then you did it now, you would see that there would be body tension in the body. And so, we want to be able to build the skill set of where we can grab an oil and pick it up. And even if we didn't do a whole protocol, you could just go, okay, tension in my body from an achy shoulder, a bad back, or whatever, versus, the relative, the jerk, the situation, the deadline, whatever it is. And so from there, after you've done the affected area, one of the ways to unwind the tension partially is being generated by some of the will centers, right? The will centers. And so your basic chakra has to do with more survival oriented things. Your solar plexus is the emotional will and has to do with like things you're committing to. Like, so if you have a deadline, you have constancy of aim where you got to get things done. But it also could be dealing with obnoxious people, difficult situations, things like that. Then you have the center between your eyebrows, the ajna. This is the mental will, and this is tied to trying to do the right thing and putting strategies in place and trying to resolve situations rather than just reacting to situations. And then you have your crown, which is still a will center. It's the will center that you could say serves the higher soul. At first the manifestation is, serving others. So even like something like a parent where you're taking care of the children, that's still like a development of that crown will center. In the workplace, it would manifest as doing something that's service oriented and really trying to help other people, not just trying to do like, oh, I'm just doing my job, but really take to a higher step or a higher level doing for others. you know I once met this salesman one time that, if you listen to him talk about doing sales, he wasn't trying to sell stuff. He was like, people come into me with problems and I just try to resolve the problem the best that I can and help them get the best, the best deal and the best thing for what it is. And even in doing his sales job, he was doing like acts of service by trying to serve the customer the best that he can. So it's not always about like some spiritual practice or I'm helping somebody with, some great difficulty in our life. It can be something simple as like trying to help people the best that you can in your job. So the manifestation can be very, very simple. And so um, we're going to continue. We treated the affected area. But now we're going to go through and you're going to use the same oil and you're going to inhale with your awareness on the bottom of the tailbone. We'll be going deeper into this way of unwinding aspects of the will in the Sphinx class that's coming up in the middle of January. Um, the will is a tougher thing to tackle, but there's very gentle ways to go through and treat the will. Mm, yeah. Like Samantha's using galvanum right now for this, and like on the basic, and she was saying that her fight flight response was calming down, and she wasn't really aware that her fight flight response was up, but it's calming it down. And so if you think about the basic chakra being about survival, when the basic can calm down, you don't have to have your guard up. Like, so each will center is going to do something a little different here. Well, you did have that little irritation behind your ear. Yeah. Like she had a little skin irritation that was really bothering her last night, and I think it was maybe causing a little fight flight. Yeah. Okay, so let that go. So this is one of those things that you could do all the time. This you could do this just as a process by itself, but you could use it to augment other treatments. And so that's why we're kind of exploring, and I'm talking it out as we're doing it. So we did the basic. Let's do the front solar plexus, and let's notice how that makes you feel. So long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay. And then be still. How is that making you feel? Now, one of the sources of body tension in the body itself is the back solar plexus, that mid back area. And so that's where we're going to go. We're going to go to the mid back, that back solar plexus area. You're going to take nice, long, slow, deep breath. Your awareness is on that back solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Be aware, just let go. How's that making you feel? Yeah. Not as much as the basic.
Right.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Depending on the nature of what's causing the tension, one of these centers is really going to stand out more than others. Like again, going back to Samantha, the basic was much stronger than the front and back solar plexus. Although the solar plexus made her feel chill, the calming effect was much more significant on the basic. Now, if she was dealing with some external situation, it might be more the solar plexus, you know. So it's not always going to be the same, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And I'm, talking this out so that you can see what and why, and then like how to use it in the times where you're having difficulty. So now we're going to go to the ajna, the area between the eyebrows. And this has more to do with like how you're mentally processing it, but also like you're going to put strategies in place, or you're trying to understand like what is going on either in the body or externally. So awareness is between the eyebrows. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Because this is another thing that I have is therapeutic strategies that are just and then just be still. Notice how you feel. Now let's go to the crown, the top of your head. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Just be still. Notice how you feel. Your body, your emotions, your mind. So that is one application for body tension. But what if the body tension is tied more to emotions rather than physical tension or environmental tension? So we're just going to use the same oil that you're using, but now we're going to go through the organs of blood purification that when you work the organs of blood purification, it directly impacts like the emotional body, like your emotional reactions. Okay? So we're going to take some long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your lungs. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your lungs. Now move your awareness to the liver, which is the right hand side below your ribs. Right hand side below your ribs. And this one. Now, you're going to move to the gallbladder. You're not really going directly on the gallbladder, but you're going to work an area that directly will impact the gallbladder. So if you come to your midline, like right here, my midline's right here. I'm coming a little bit to the right, a couple inches to the right. Right? So here's the midline. So I'm coming over to the right about 2 inches, and then you're still below the ribs. So you're basically like right about here. Okay. So on that area, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now move to the kidneys. And then the spleen on the left hand side of the body below the ribs. Just be still. Just let everything go. Notice how you're feeling right now. Your bodies, your emotions, and your mind. we're going to do one more area. This will help unwind the body, but more importantly, it will help unwind the mind if there's tension in the mind. And we think of the mind as being the brain, or these thought processes that happen up in the head, but part of the brain and how we process these things is also tied to the spinal cord. The spinal cord is considered esoterically as an extension of the mind. How we express like our thoughts and feelings is through action and movement through the spinal cord, and how we take in information is also through the spinal cord that then shoots it up to the brain. And so this is considered an extension of the brain, of the mind. And so we're going to practice just spinal awareness. You're using the same oil you're using. Now your awareness is on the spine. So you can do the whole spine, or you can focus in on a particular area that feels heavy or blocked. The area that will really impact the mind the most is your upper back and mid back. And so if you want to focus just on your upper and mid back on the spinal area, do that as well. So take some long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your spine. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the spine. Just be still. Just be still. Notice how you feel, your body, your emotions, but also notice your mind and your thoughts. Let's do that again. Take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the spine. And then just be still. Notice how you feel, your mind, your thoughts, your feelings, your body. So we're going to take just a little break, and then we're going to come back. We're going to share experiences, ask questions, and then just go down the rabbit hole of starting to do Q&A where anything goes. Okay, so let's come back at 10 after, and we'll do some shares and Q&A before lunch, and then we'll come back from lunch and we'll. Okay, everybody, let's go ahead and share some experiences, maybe just first with this protocol that we just did, and then we'll start just going into Q&A. So,
Hey Greg, it's Christy.
hey, Christy.
So much improvement from yesterday. Thank you so much.
Oh, good.
Back is a whole lot better. This morning I was just noticing a lot of emotions, which
That's not from the accident or the, I'm not sure what happened, but like from
well,
or
I
just in
mean,
general.
I think it's multiple things. I don't think it's just from the accident, but I think the accident is definitely a big part of it. Basically, in a nutshell, like I got thrown airborne on the boat and slammed down. So just lots of sprain strain stuff.
Okay.
But a lot of, PTSD stuff post. So nothing broken, thankfully. But I think even before that, just all the shifts. But just I can't identify the emotions. It's just like I'm always on the verge of a cry. And maybe the tears get a little like, but I don't actually cry.
Okay. Let me just sit with that for a minute.
So yesterday I did the bath you told me to do at lunchtime, and then I did like 3 rounds with the helichrysum on the blood, on the organs, blood purification. This morning though, just noticing like little things, I feel really raw, or like something can ignite it.
And you're not sure if that's related to the accident or just something got stirred.
I think it's both and. There's definitely stuff there from the accident. I was pretty shaken up by that. It was a pretty scary experience.
So you got airborne. So the person was going just like super fast, and you got airborne, or they turned really fast.
Person driving the boat, the waves got big really fast, and he was trying to navigate through them. And it became clear that if he didn't make a quick action, we were going to probably get beached, which meant we would all gotten thrown out of the boat. The way he turned very quickly. There was no time for me to react, but where I turned was the worst possible place to be sitting. And I was thrown from a seated position forward in between these benches to a point where part of one leg was kind of like pulled in, like fetal position. The other one was splayed out, but I heard him say, watch out, like, hold on, here comes another one. And all I could, I was afraid my leg was going to get broken. So I was trying to like maneuver myself to not have a broken bone. And he got us out of them, the waves.
So what was happening? Waves, like big waves?
Yeah, big, really big waves. So we were getting hit, and he was trying to maneuver the boat so that we weren't either thrown upside down or beached.
Okay.
So it was pretty traumatic because there was just so much happening, and I was airborne before I knew it. There was no
Right.
time to react or even think. So there's still emotion around it, still a little PTSD. I was able to get back to our place, and I had some basil with me, and I had some other things, but I didn't have my oils all for PTSD, so I was just.
I would work probably more the helichrysum. Like I think it's, there is like a bit of PTSD, but like I'd say it's probably just more the trauma of the event, and part of what you're feeling is like what happens sometimes post-trauma when you start processing it. And so, if you end up crying, I just let yourself cry, but don't feel that you need to stimulate that. Like the more you just kind of release the trauma. I would keep working the organs of blood purification, and also just inhaling helichrysum on the back heart. That would be super good. Like I think you've integrated the traumatic event, but it's still just like kind of processing. And so a little bit more back heart than front heart.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, like I just do that for, it might take a little bit, like it might take a few days or a week or something, but I mean, that sounds like the equivalent of like a bad car accident, and so sometimes that just takes a little bit of letting your body and your emotions, and and as you process it, I find that it's like it's just not the weight of the situation settling in, but you kind of have the realization of like, yeah, something could go down at any moment, and like, I'm not as safe as I thought I was. There's like all these kind of weird like things that will stop popping in your head, and it's just because of the trauma. And when we talk about helichrysum, like being able to move past the trauma, part of it is those kinds of things, like like not feeling safe, like something could happen, like I'm more vulnerable than I realized, and which is kind of true, but at the same time, like sitting and being like super aware of it can be a little bit debilitating. Like, yes, it's true, but it's also at the same time, we're safer than we think. Like, both can be true. Both can be, an accurate thing. And so the thing is to not get too polarized in either direction, not feeling super like incredibly vulnerable where you can't go outside, and also like oblivious to like yeah, it could go down at any time, you know, which means like not being careful, not being safe. And, you know, it's not that you guys weren't being careful, but like you said, like nature can throw curveballs like nobody else. And, you know, the more we get out of our normal everyday situations, the more those things can happen. I mean, like we were just looking at the news on the break, and, you know, there was a big tornado that ripped through Tennessee, and it's like, uh, you know, nature can throw a curveball at any given time. You know, a fire can rip through something, a tornado can happen. And we were right by where the tornado was, like just a month ago, not even a month ago.
Mm.
And that's been the second time in Tennessee where we were supposed to be right where the tornadoes were at. And it's funny, not funny. Like for some reason we just didn't go. Or and you know, it's just when you're working trauma, sometimes you have those realizations. And, you know, I don't know that there's anything that can be done, like, you know, like, oh, I need to do this or I need to do that. But it makes you like a little bit more extra aware. Careful might not be the right word, but you just pay attention to things a little bit more. Like, you know, maybe we shouldn't go do, you know, XYZ or something. You know, I don't know. Like I think about Imaho about this sometimes, you know, you know, before he passed, like his really fun thing was he loved to ride motorcycles. And he loved to go fast on motorcycles. Who doesn't? It's a motorcycle. Like, you know, that's part of the fun. And those last few years, you know, he bought like I can't remember, I think it was an Audi station wagon or SUV. And I asked him like, oh, why did you buy the, you know, this car? And he goes, it's super safe. Like, and he was going through the whole thing of like how safe it was, and, you know, if he got into an accident, how safe it was. And then I was like, oh, but what about the motorcycle? And he goes, yeah, I don't ride those anymore. Like, you know, like he had his issue where he needed surgery, and he had the realization of like, I'm a lot more vulnerable than I think. And so he just got extra careful those last several years that he was in the body. And you know, I think sometimes that's what trauma does to us. Like he wasn't living a fearful life, but he was being a little bit more careful as he got older. Like, you know, wasn't that he was being careless, but like, you know, riding really fast on the highways on your motorcycle increases your potentials. You know what I mean? Like, so he just reduced that potential. And I don't know, like mine, for example, is when I'm doing things that are super clairvoyant, like my depth perception changes. And so well, what happened sometimes is I would bump into things, or I would trip on something, or, you know, maybe take a little fall or something, mostly like trip on things. And so now when I do clairvoyance, like I don't hold back with that, but I walk a little bit slower and a little bit more careful when I've been doing it. Like I really pay attention to where my feet are, and I don't have that issue anymore. But I also walk a little slower than what I would normally walk. You know what I mean? So like I just make an adjustment. And sometimes with the thing with trauma like that is you just start making some little adjustments so that either you minimize something or you feel a little bit more, you know, a little bit more protected, a little bit more careful, whatever that might be. And so, you know, I always try to kind of take a lesson or a strategy out of when something a bit traumatic happens. And so I don't know what that looks like for your situation. I think it's something it's very personal, and it's not always the same from person to person. But I would say, kind of process it, go through it, release the trauma, and then go, I got to be a little more careful in the boat, or whatever it is, like something where you take it away a little bit and can apply it in that normal situation or that normal everyday life. I don't know if that helps or not, but that's what I tend to do with it.
No, that's wonderful, and very helpful. And definitely, I mean, there's a lot of good, there's a lot of lessons from it all. And so I'm okay with that. I guess I just wondered if um that, in addition to the Me Long, like it was the cherry on top. Like,
Oh yeah. Milan gets things moving like nobody's business. Like it really.
I was like, wow, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that liver gallbladder area is still like, and I've been working with the helichrysum this morning. That's the one I picked.
Okay.
The gallbladder, the point, I'm gonna say gallbladder, but that point, it's better today, but like when we focus on it, there's definitely something that like imagery wise, I don't get a clear picture, but it's like dense and thick.
Yeah. The gallbladder could also be like sometimes like cords to something. And so not necessarily a person, it could be a past event. And so one of the ways you could unwind that is like how we were doing yesterday, pull out the etheric cords and just start visiting, scenarios or situations that are going on in your world or have gone on in the past. I don't think that's the accident. I think that is probably something else going on. And like just start visiting, inhaling the etheric cords and like looking at different situations, and whichever one starts to bring you relief in that area, I just work that for a while. That's probably what that's about.
So etheric cords and Healy.
What's that?
So do etheric cords and rotate with helichrysum.
Yeah, like the etheric cords is more about just unwinding that gallbladder. Like when there's an energetic thing in the gallbladder, it's usually some sort of cord or attachment to something. Yeah, doesn't mean gallbladder issues or that, but like if we look at the energetic component of what the gallbladder is reflective of, it's usually cords and attachments. So that just means there's some cord somewhere that's really probably causing you to feel uncomfortable, a little bit contaminating, can cause you to feel stressed out, can cause you to feel emotional. It's just some connection with something somewhere. Could be in the distant past. So I'd start kind of current and then just start working your way backwards through your event. It probably won't be a big shock of what it was, but it's the surprise or the shock will be like how much it's still impacting you. Not that it's like, oh, it's that situation 10 years ago when da 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 and I left my job or something. It could be something like that, but in your mind you're like, yeah, that doesn't really bother me, but your body is like, oh, you have no idea. It's like the body is feeling it very differently than your mind or your emotion. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Like when I sit and look at that for you, it doesn't look like old work stuff. It has something to do with like a friend or a group of friends.
Okay.
Just probably some like weird thing that happened, or somebody acted out, somebody who knows? It could be anything.
All
Yeah,
right, thank
but something to do with a friend or a group of friends.
you. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And go ahead, Teresa, then Brenda.
Hey, Teresa.
Hey, Greg. All right. I'm going to try to synthesize this. Yesterday was pretty intense for me, so I was up most of the night processing. And maybe it is being in a place of post-trauma as I was listening to you speak to Christy. I like reflect back on this year. I've had 2 major deaths. I've been sick. I had a new job. That new job brought
Yeah.
a lot of psychic
Who
attacks.
passed? Like, I'm curious. Who, like,
My mom.
so that's a significant. Yeah.
And then 4 months later, my dog passed.
Oh, yeah. I remember that. Yeah. I mean, the thing with pets is it feels, I mean, it's like losing your best friend or a child or so. It's, you know, that one's rough. I mean, not to make less of the mom, but like, you know, sometimes when pets pass, we don't give it the credit that of like how impactful that is, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, they're usually a good representation of unconditional love. And then like that unconditional love goes away. Like, you know, it can be very stirring when it happens. Yeah.
Absolutely. And actually, that was the memory that unpacked all the other stuff yesterday. The dog passing was sudden.
Sure.
So both experiences were sudden. And then during that process, I was just getting bombarded and whacked at work. And kind of outside a little bit. And I feel like I'm above water. And interesting, as we're talking, it's releasing. I just have this tension around like the temples, the ears, the back of the head by the occiput. And have been processing like old fears around making a mistake and being punished for it.
I would say still probably process trauma, and for you it would be a little bit different than what we were talking about for Christy.
Yeah.
Like the feelings that you're feeling up in your head, like those areas,
Yeah.
most likely that is the Ming Men, and so that's your low back opposite your navel. And that center shoots energy up to the head. And so what's happening is the energy is getting stuck or overwhelmed in the head, but it's because of like excess there. And the Ming Men is transmuting those experiences, but in the body. Like that is very much like in the body, like how we were talking about yesterday, like things can feel like fine in the emotions in the mind, or you've processed it, or you go, oh, that's what that is, but the body's like, oh, you have no idea, like this feels super unstable, this feels super chaotic, and like all that going on that you're talking about. I would say that is the case, is the body is feeling the chaos of all of that stuff going on. And you know, it's you know, it's a natural thing that happens in life. You know, people come and go and people pass, and then, you know, you have, like you said, a new job, that there's that change, and then the job has the difficulties, you know. All those things are things that happen that emotionally, mentally we can make sense out of, but the body is just like, really, another thing, another thing, another thing, another thing. And then it sounds like they all happen really close together, and so there was just like this time of like, ugh. So I would say you could work. I would probably rotate a couple of things. And I think these are all things that you have. So first off, I would do helichrysum and like do Mingmen, back, heart, and crown. but I'd also like do that thing where you go, okay, I'm going to check in with my body, and not necessarily an ache or a pain, but like just where, like when you sit and think of those things, where am I feeling it in my body? And sometimes it might be in your chest, it might be in your back, it might be in your jaws. And it might not make sense, but it's just where that's being held in the body, or where the body's reacting. And then do the Ming Men, back, heart, and crown. And then go, okay, now where do I feel it in my body again? And then just kind of keep going through that cycle. So first I would do it with helichrysum.
Yeah.
Then I would do it with ginger lily.
Okay.
And I think ginger lily is something that you have at least in a kit, but I think you've even gotten it yourself. So I would do that. And ginger lily is incredibly soothing. It's incredibly purifying to that, but in a way that's very, very like gentle and soothing. Like it will help to transmute that out of the body. And if there's still stuff in the emotions and the mind, it will help with that. Then the last level, and again, I think this is something you have either from a kit or that you've purchased, is poplar. And use the poplar. And the reason being that poplar kind of helps the body to feel more stabilized. It helps the body to feel like stabilized, like it almost feels like it helps the body like establish an order that makes it feel comfortable. Like, so another way of saying that is like stresses or agitations that are in the body, like the poplar unwinds that and just lets the body go, okay, everything's okay, like everything's okay. You know, we're safe, we're this, we're that, you know, whatever it is, because the body perceives it very differently than the emotions and the mind. It just feels the difficulties or the instabilities and just goes, okay, this is life now, this is what we're doing. You know, it doesn't have the cognitive function that the mind has, or how the feelings kind of come and go. You know, it just feels like it's all right now, like whatever's happening is just the way it's always going to be. And so the poplar kind of comes in and just calms everything down and goes, this is how it's going to be. Like, you know, the body is calm, the body is safe, the body is, you know, there's an order to things. And poplar is really super good for that. You know, probably one of the best things for that. You know, that's why I started making that spray so many years ago. It's like you could be in time of chaos and you just, and then you just feel like the tension leave. And it's just like the body feeling that it needs to be on guard. You know, like something else is gonna happen. Like it's been too weird of a time. You know, it just really helps with that. Marjoram will do it too, but poplar does it better. Marjoram is like kind of the bread and butter. Like I use marjoram a lot, just like as maintenance and taking tension out of the body and you know, pulling the body out of fight flight and things like that. But when I feel like the body, you know, it's like you get this weird, like, or at least I do, I get this like weird like tension that it's not about even anything going on right now. It's just either there's change coming, or there's just part of me like, okay, when I'm quiet in my mind, I can feel I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. And there's nothing going on, but like waiting for that shoe, you know? And so poplar helps that. Yeah.
And thank you very much. So I have two questions on that. So does the body then, when it is, does it also hold on to the emotions? Meaning just
the body
that,
will generate the emotion. Like the emotions when they get up in the heart aren't really associated so much with the body as much, but like lower emotion, they get generated by your physiology for you to take action to thrive in the environment. Like, so anger, for example, Like if you think like, okay, I got to take action in the environment. I either need to run or I need to fight. And then anger comes up, it's going to make you run faster, or it's going to make you fight harder. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so sometimes some of the emotions that come up are your physiology trying to motivate your body to, or motivate your organism to take a certain kind of action to make it feel like safer or more stabilized in the environment.
Okay.
Right. So sometimes when you have anger come up, you can go, okay, what am I pissed off about? And then you'll sit and you go, I don't really feel pissed off about anything. But when I think of a particular situation, I can feel the anger coming up. So that usually means that that situation is unstable, that it's harmful or potentially harmful, or sometimes if the intuition is strong, you can feel something coming. Like I tell this story about there's this one person that I wouldn't talk to this person for super long time, like super long time. And then I'd wake up in the morning and I'd be like, ugh, and I'd be a little bit like grumpy about the person. Like just, they're just obnoxious. Da 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 da. And I was like, I haven't talked to this person in like a year. Why am I all worked up about this? Later that day, they would call. And then not only would they call, they'd call and be obnoxious. And so I could sense that I was about to have an interaction with them. It wasn't like I was in my mind, it was like, oh yeah, there's going to be a phone call, you know, between 2 and 3 today that's going to be super obnoxious. But I could feel, you know, how like they say, like I smell a rat. Like I don't know what it is, but I know something's going on, right? It would be that kind of feeling. And then they would call. And then I was like, of course I woke up cranky today, you know, and it wasn't cranky in general, it was cranky about them. And so
Yeah.
sometimes you will start to perceive something, and you know, you could almost look at that as an early warning system that like, okay, now I'm not caught off guard if that person calls, or if that person, you know, comes out of the blue, or my boss is going to do XYZ. Like I'm a little bit more prepared for it. Yes, there's some emotion attached to it, but also the emotion gave you a red alert of, yeah, hey, he's going to be a jerk today. Like, be prepared, don't be reactive, you know, have something chambered, have a strategy of like how to walk away, you know, something like that. Yeah.
Oop. I'm having internet issues. You just froze. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So then I just have one last question, like on the protocol, and thank you. Yeah, I've got a pretty good early warning system. I think it was a perfect storm. This everything I just shared with you
Yeah.
happened.
Sounds like it.
months.
Yeah. Sounds like it.
So I kind of perceive that around like the side of my head, this is like old mental bombardment, just like the psychic whacking. So
It could be, it actually still could be from the body that's moving up to be processed by the mind, you know, because the Ming Men can shoot all the and like overwhelm, especially indicators you would look at is like the base of the skull, the jaw, and the temple. And like anytime you see that, you look at what's going on in the head, but you always go down and look at like the Ming Men. The Ming Men, sometimes even the sex chakra, but it's usually the Ming Men. The Ming Men's almost all culprit. And that's reflective of potential fight flight, or that it's transmuting. Think of the Ming Men as it's trying to establish some order, like order in the body, order in the environment, order, you know, that's usually what that is about. And so you know, when we talk about like, oh, raising the vibration of the body, the thing that directly raises the vibration of the body is the Ming Men. Like the Ming Men, and the Ming Men is what shoots energy up. So I would say that it's probably just a Ming Men issue.
Okay. So I think then this is very helpful. I have the Ming Men body tonic and also
Perfect.
whale.
Mhm.
But I think mm, maybe that's been a perpetual long period of excess energy because it always gets stuck in the head. So like stuck in that area I'm telling you about, that's just probably the vulnerable spot for me. So I just kind of sense that's where the glitch in the system is. So the protocol that you just gave me with the Helix gingerly and the poplar balsam will actually like help smooth that out, like move the energy, not getting overwhelmed in both centers.
Right.
And how would the Ming Men body tonic or essential oil help?
You could definitely use that as well. Like I like to do that as maintenance, but you could even use it as a part of a therapeutic, the process. I would not so much focus on the Ming Men itself, but if you think of what we were just saying, how the Ming Men is about establishing order, like applying it to the body or doing inhalation, like inhaling through the whole body. Like, go, okay, I'm going to do the legs, I'm going to do the hips, I'm going to do the arms, I'm, cover the whole body and let that kind of do what it's going to do. And so if there's an area that is overwhelming to the Ming Men, the area is usually like the arms, the spine, the organs of blood purification, and sometimes it's the aura itself. So I would just use it mostly for the body.
Okay, got it. And then one last question before I let go. I think I've had the Thera-Lotion, the Unwind. I'm sensing there was probably some, I don't know if balsam in it, but some type of fur in it. I've been applying it to the arms. What is in Unwind?
I'll have to look that baby up there.
Because I think that's been helping. I've been doing it for about a month. I'm almost done with that.
That is spikenard, valerian, vetiver, pink pepper, blue cypress, and larch.
Okay, super. Thank you. Thank you for the recommendations too. I will get cracking on doing the licorice, ginger lily, and poplar balsam.
Yeah, let us know how that goes.
I definitely will. Thank you very much.
And then go ahead, Brenda, then Denise, if we have time.
Hey, Brenda.
Hey, Greg, thank you so much. I am embarrassed to say that I came on late because I didn't hear my alarm.
Oh, good for you. I love those days where you get to sleep and just wake up whenever you want to wake up.
Well, I wanted to be here right at the beginning. So I want to make sure I'm gathering. You address the body tension first, and the external, the event or whatever triggered.
Yes.
Emotional tension through the blood purification organs, and then the mind through the spine. Is that the order?
Yep, that's exactly. Yeah. And if one really works for you, you can work that, but it's kind of nice when you have the time just to fire through all of it, because it's clearing, it's toning, and it's also a little bit of preventative. Like if you think of like times where tension rises up, and it could be emotional tension, mental tension, agitation, you're dealing with what's happening right now, but you're also dealing with the tension and the agitation from the past. And so the more you can like temper that past stuff, when the stuff is happening now, it doesn't have something to play off of and accelerate. And sometimes it becomes easier to manage because the old stuff isn't there. So it's like it almost like kind of takes an edge off of the now, because the old is gone or, significantly diminished. And so, even when you're looking at like, okay, say I have a knee issue and I'm trying to heal it, and you're like, I'm doing it, but it's still bothering me a bunch. Like if you go through and you take that tension down, it makes treatment of the knee like easier. Like it doesn't resolve the knee issue, but it makes it easier and whatever you're doing more effective because you took the tension down. And you could say the same thing for situations. You could say the same thing for emotions. You could even say the same thing for like maybe some mental thing where you have like a repetitive thought where you're like, I just can't get it. Repetitive thoughts are usually a reflection of something. And so if you take the tension down, then it becomes easier to like not engage that repetitive thought or to release it, or just not be reactive to it. And so that body tension thing is a very good thing on its own, but it can help augment other treatments that maybe aren't as responsive as we'd like them to be. Like, you're like, God, I used to do this, it used to work, and now it's not working. It's that there's like some sort of tension there. And the will is tied to maintaining a certain kind of balance. It doesn't really judge things as good or bad. So it can be maintaining a state of instability in the body just because that's what's been there for a while. Like you have this feeling of things are a little out of control emotionally, mentally, it doesn't register, but your body picks it up. And then you try to unwind it, and the will is like, no, we're not doing that. Like, I'm protecting what's there. And especially when it's more of the lower centers, like the basic aspect of the will. The basic will defend anything. It does not judge it as good or bad. Like it just doesn't. That doesn't really start happening until the solar plexus, where the solar plexus is like, this feels good, this doesn't feel good. The basic can be it can be a friend and it can be a foe. You know what I mean? It could be working against us all the time.
So I have,
it's good to kind of unwind this like that.
yeah, that makes sense. So I feel the past and the current is all coming together, and I'm in the middle of like massive invitation to shift. And my family member abuser is in the process of passing, and all the current scenarios with humans seem to be bringing up the same things, and it just feels overwhelming. And so I'm trying to figure out, like,
yeah, I would do this first protocol, and I would even do like a little bit of that. Like if I was to add something, that thing that we were talking about with Teresa, where you do the Ming Men, the back heart and the crown, and at least with the helichrysum, but maybe even the helichrysum and the ginger lily. If you don't have ginger lily, rose could work. Sadness and grief could work. Even in a way like marjoram could work, marjoram or even cypress, but the ginger lily will be more potent for that. And so I will say, just from the years of doing stuff with abuse victims and things, when the person passes, it does really bring stuff up. So like be prepared for like when that person passes, you're going to have to probably do a little cleanup for a little bit. It's a natural thing. Like it's, in a way, it's like a kind of closure that happens, but at the same time, it brings everything up almost like at once, rather than, bits and pieces at a time. And so it can be a little much. And so like when that happens, maybe reach out and just let us know, so we can just kind of monitor you as you go through it. And if you need help or advice or something, we can be there for you when that's going down. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
you're
you.
so welcome. Yeah.
No, we're doing pretty good. So go ahead, Denise, then Lucinda, if we have time.
Good morning, Greg. Hello,
Hey,
everyone.
so we have to cut out in about 5 minutes. So if I go, oh, we'll do this after lunch, please don't take it personal. We're just having to do the thing for Astara. So just a heads up.
Okay. That's right. That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Maybe we ought to just do that, Greg, because
No, let's get started and we'll go from there.
Okay, well, I had the oral surgery, which was way, way bigger than I ever would have guessed or thought. Okay.
Right.
So, and then it's been skin. They did a body check, and then they had me come back after the following week because it was squamous cell. And then they did a vertical stitch up into my neck. And so, and he stabbed me when he was stitching me up. Okay. So, I mean, but it's really truly reflective of absolutely everything going on. And my son's just beginning to get delusional again. And it's like, my finances have been hit. I have been hit every which way. I don't really kind of understand quite sort of what I'm going through because it's so incredibly much. All right. So that's why I said maybe after lunch. Okay. But nevertheless, today when I woke up, I was so tired after class. I could hardly move. So I really just went to sleep almost. I just started on the very basic and went to sleep. But a lot of it landed in my basic and my jaws today, just waking up and trying to get back on board with you guys. I know I'm in the right place, to start moving stuff.
Right.
But
what oils, like when we just did the body tension, what oil did you use? Galbanum.
Yes.
And how did that work for you? Did that take some of your tension down? Did that impact your jaws a bit?
Everything, the movement of everything helped a lot. I can't say that it totally released, but I just think there's layers probably, Greg.
Yeah.
So that would be my guess. I mean, I don't know. You're the boss. I don't know why
Do you
I
have
guess anymore.
do you have vetiver? Do you have vetiver?
I don't have vetiver. That's not one I have.
What about spikenard or?
I do. Yes.
Okay,
Spike.
let's have you use actually spikenard and do the same thing that we just did this morning. And there's different things sometimes that need to happen. And basically like vetiver or there's that blend balance. Basically they're a restorative to your homeostasis mechanisms. And with the stuff that you're talking about here, like in these different scenarios, we're talking about kind of trauma and things that have happened, but people are at different like stages or phases of things. And then sometimes there's certain things that got agitated that might be different from person to person. And for you, with everything going on, I think especially with the stuff with your son, is restoratives are what you need, rather than processing the emotions and releasing the trauma. I mean, there's trauma there, but I think it's more that when the system feels like is like restored and there's like a sense of balance that can kind of happen. Because I think the thing with the sun really kind of pushes you off your feet a little bit. Like, it's hard to get your feet under you. Like, you just about, like you said, like he's doing good and now he's kind of not again. And so it's always like you're just getting pushed off your feet, like, and then you go, okay, I'm getting back on my feet again, and then it comes again. I think restoratives are the thing for you. So vetiver, that blend balance, spikenard, valerian, inhaling them, put them on your body, even rubbing a little bit like on your neck or on your shoulders, like up in here, just even a few drops neat, and doing that. And then on your feet, rub it on your feet. And I think that will be like a game changer for you. The thing with the vetiver or the spikenard, you could even put a couple drops of water and take it internally, and that would even be super helpful for you, especially like at night. But vetiver more than anything is a big grounding and probably the best restorative. but they're all so close that like just use whatever you have. Like if you have
Okay.
spikenard, break out that spikenard, and at lunchtime today, just started handling it, put several drops on your wrist, rub some on your feet. Like the tops of the shoulders where the neck and shoulder kind of meet is like a good spot.
Oh, that
So
would be a good spot.
yeah,
Yes,
try that at lunch, and then when we come back from lunch, let's see how you did. Like right off the bat, we'll pull you back up and see how it is. But we're gonna
Thank
move
you.
over to Astara, and you guys join us if you can. We're gonna do a little meditation / healing, and if not, we'll come back at 1:30 Central Time. Everybody, let's come on back. Okay.
So we ended with the Q&A, and we're still going. And just Denise, how are you doing? Do you have more questions? We just want to make sure we get these. And let me make it so you can actually, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. I took a hot bath and put what I could find, spikenard and other things in there, everything that I could think of that I owned, that would work, except I couldn't find the valerian. I do have valerian, and it always seems to run away from me. I don't know. So, but maybe it'll work better in a body kind of tonic than taking it internally. I think it really helped quite a bit. Can you just check maybe on my jaws?
Yeah, the jaws are still a little overactivated, but they're better than they were. And so I would say, topically, inhalation, any of the ways that you could get those in would be helpful. And I think if you just use them kind of like consistently for a little bit, I think you'll find that you feel better. And then when life throws you a curveball, that's just go back to that, like go and start using that again, because again, it's a restorative. So it's just helping to get your feet back under you, like, so to speak.
So, Greg, if I were to buy 2 or 3, would it be the Vetiver more
I would just load up on vetiver, and like if you already have a little bit of valerian, I mean, I'd probably just go hard on the vetiver, to be honest.
And how about spikenard?
You could do spikenard. Vetiver would be the first choice.
Okay.
And so spikenard's a close, spikenard and valerian are both like a close second. And so if you just got one, get vetiver. If you're going to get 2, get maybe vetiver and valerian. Like
I have valerian. Okay,
yeah,
good.
So then you're good. Yeah, then you're good.
How about, I just wanted to ask you about 2 other nerve health.
Sure, of course.
And my body loves Palo Santo. My body really does love that one. So so basically I just have to really start dosing myself with all this. And are there any I should be taking internally of these?
I would probably take the vetiver internally.
Okay,
Yeah.
very good. I'll get that ordered.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And Palo Santo, like you could do that, the inhalation or a salt bath, but you could also do it in a body tonic, where you just kind of put it on the body. It doesn't even have to be daily, but just from time to time. And Palo Santo is good about cleaning things up, and like we talked about yesterday, part of the psoas function is to stabilize the spine. And so it's kind of even an extension of what we're talking about now, of like having a restorative. The relaxation of the psoas kind of changes the state of the body, so to speak. And Palo Santo is like the #1 thing to use there. So
Excellent.
like you could go back and forth between those, and I think that will do a lot for you. Yeah.
And one just keeps jumping up and down in the background, so I have to ask about it. I'm
Sure.
drawing a blank as to what it does. It's called lantana.
It relaxes the sternocleidomastoid in the throat. One of the best things for the throat. And
Okay.
so again, impacting the nervous system, especially fight flight, but it opens up like a sense of, like your inner ear. It opens up like the sternocleidomastoid, which is these 2 rope muscles on each side of the neck, can cause significant dysfunction in a whole wide range of systems in the body. And so kind of the three that I use for, the sternocleidomastoid, the diaphragm, and the psoas are like the three big muscles that will impact the whole physiology.
Wow.
So lantana is the throat, palo santo is the psoas, and the diaphragm, hyssop will work, anula will work, larch will work, but the thing that really relaxes the diaphragm is tolu balsam.
Oh,
Tolu balsam. It's not a very common oil. I mean, I stock it and carry it, but I stock it and carry it because of what it does. Yeah.
excellent. Thank you. And then when we dive more into the skin, will you kind of suggest a few oils for the skin?
Sure.
Just some.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
very
yeah.
good. I'll get off
Yeah.
so you can keep going. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
good,
you so
good.
much.
Yeah. I'm glad that it helped. I'm glad you did it over lunch, and I'm glad to see that it helped. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Thank you both very much.
Yourself,
Thanks,
yourself.
everyone, for your patience.
And then I'm gonna just kind of go through your guys' questions from earlier too. So give me a quick second. I'm gonna start as high up as I can find. Here. Someone said, love this. The way you explain how to be aware and how to use our energetic body to solve the everyday, the simplest without waiting until it's a big thing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like the sooner you can get to it, the better. And the more that you can see it coming, it keeps it from blowing up in your face, and even that kind of increases like a kind of self-confidence, because if you start to feel like, even if something goes crazy, I can resolve it, or I can calm it down, or I can bring stability very quickly in a situation. And so yeah.
And then go ahead, Laura, then Zakia.
Hey, Laura.
Hey, Greg, sorry, I didn't unmute. I asked this question on Tuesday, and, we may not need to address it today, but I would love if we would either have a study group or whatever, talking about just spiritual practice. You give us
Sure.
plenty of information, like the three brains, and just so many other things, but I get so much information, and processing and putting it together in a doable package seems to be my problem. Like, I'm
Sure.
all over the place. And we had talked about prayer, and I was appreciative of you talking about the altar the other night. But all of that stuff is I'd like some input,
Okay.
and that's definitely part of our growth, all of us, and I think probably other
Sure.
people would like it too. Thank you. I don't know if today
So-
is the day or another time.
So like you want to talk about prayer, but just like a practice, like just something you could do on a daily basis for like spiritual growth and things like that. Like, is there a particular area of interest for you, I guess, is where I'm going with that?
Every time you start in one of your rabbit holes, I go totally down that with you. So I am
Okay.
really wide open. I grew up with a way of saying prayers, and then I listened to other people, and I that's one thing that I would like to
I
talk
would say
about.
let's maybe talk about prayer right now. Like I think that's a great thing to do.
I
Because
love
we can do it a lot of different ways. I think that's the thing with prayer, is we think about it usually in the way that we grew up with it, and I find that can be fine, but I for me, I liked it, but I always felt like there was something I was missing or something more to it, or, I don't know if I wanted to spice it up or, I wanted to take it into more depth. And so, the act of prayer is really the act of being conductive. Like if you really think about like what is happening, that you're reaching out to something that's bigger than yourself, outside of yourself, and greater than yourself. Like you're basically stepping away from the everyday mind. And it's not that there's just one way to do it, but I would say if we do it from the point of view from the logical mind loves repetition and loves to reinforce what we already know, what we already do, what we've already experienced, what we've kind of in a way, what we've already established like a kind of value for. And there's nothing wrong with that. But when we think of prayer, we're looking for something bigger. We're looking for healing. We're looking for a connection. We're looking for something really kind of outside of ourselves. So I think for a while, like doing it with words is good, but doing it with imagery, I find to be more potent. And, like you say, say you're saying a prayer over, I don't know. We joke about Uncle Bob. Say we're saying a prayer about Uncle Bob. I pray that Uncle Bob is nicer to people, is not obnoxious, isn't going to be obnoxious at the Christmas dinner. Like, you're saying like, let Uncle Bob be like a decent human being, even if it's just one day out of the year. I'm joking, but it's just like a thing to look at, an example. So that's one level, like a deeper level.
Okay, so I'm
Yes.
I'm gonna interrupt. I'm gonna ask.
Yeah.
So I have these two young women that are desperately trying to get pregnant. Just
Okay.
picture them with healthy babies in their arms. Is that what you're saying?
Perfect. Yes, that's exactly where I was going to go. So like going with Uncle Bob, it's like, okay, I'm visualizing Uncle Bob being nice and lighthearted and not saying those zingers that are super insulting. And so here, like you said, you have two women who are trying to get pregnant. So you visualize them like with the baby, healthy, happy, and a nice lifestyle. You could see them as the family unit. So you could sit and do that. Then the thing that makes that more potent is you could do a couple of different things. So one, anytime you do the 3 brain work, you're stimulating intuition, and that visualization of the image is an intuitive process. Like that is something that will emanate an energy and will help you to adjust and adapt very quickly, where logic takes a very long time, right? So working the 3 brain is potent, but here you could even do the thing with the materialization breath, because the materialization breath, another way of saying the materialization breath, it's a prayer practice. Like, it's a type of prayer work. And so what you're doing is you're physicalizing light into whatever the situation is. So you could sit and contemplate do one of the women, go, okay, I see her. She's got a baby in her arm. She's happy. Her family's happy. You hold that in the heart, and then you do the materialization breath, right? Then you do the other one, you do the same thing. And so it's a way to physicalize light into that situation. And the light is the fuel that's going to make something kind of happen. Like you're harnessing divine intelligence or higher creativity, and you're using that with light to start the evolutionary process and wherever you're directing it. So by going through and doing the materialization process, you know, we say materialization process because it's materializing light. And if there's blockages that are there, the light breaks them up. And if there's lack of movement, the light is the movement, right? And so it stimulates that process to start happening, even if you're thinking for yourself, like, you know, I'd like for me just to be happier, but like I feel like I've screwed up so much, and I'm just have the opposite of the Midas touch, and I just nothing's going right. I don't want to materialize that into my world. That's actually because I've thought that in the past, you know, a long time ago, and over a period of time through teachers and experiences, realized that when you're materializing the light, you're displacing those negative tendencies. You're displacing the blockages. You're displacing the resistances to divine intelligence, divine love. Because really, when you work divine intelligence, it eventually turns into divine love or providence. So the act of materialization of light actually eventually turns into providence or divine love. And from divine love, when you're in love or providence for a period of time, eventually things that pull you from the path are purified, and you know, it keeps reinforcing that place that you're in. And so eventually what happens, I guess, is what I'm saying is creative destruction or divine power actually comes into play when there's been enough providence, right? And so the act of going through and doing that for other people or for ourselves, you're physicalizing the light, you're physicalizing the imagery, because the imagery is from the intuitive side of the mind, and that's how we're receiving information from the higher soul, is through imagery, not from the verbiage. The verbiage is just like a further breaking down and integration of what the imagery is. And so, you know, eventually we can get there with our words, but a lot of times it's better to start with the imagery first. So be it that I had a project, or if I'm doing healing on somebody, I do the materialization breath for just about any of it, you know. And for a while, like in the early days when I was first taught how to do that materialization breath, this sounds really weird, but I didn't like trust myself to even pray to bring something in. Like I didn't feel that I had a good enough judgment. I was like, I've made so many bad choices that I don't even know what I should pray for. And if I'm praying for it based on past experiences, I don't know that it's even that good for me. Like I think that my mind or my chooser that like chooses the things that I want to bring into my life is so off kilter that I kind of don't trust it. So what I did was I would just sit and think of a deity or like some virtue that I would like to bring in, and that's just what I focused on. I did that for like I think 12 years before I actually said, okay, now I'll use this to pray. And if you want to step up your practice, you can do it to a deity. Like I think for most people it's Christ, you know, here in the West. But you know, if it's something different, do the materialization practice. Think of the teacher, and then do the materialization practice. And then what comes out of that is things that you are wanting to develop or let go of to be closer to the teacher. And so even that becomes an evolutionary process. My latest thing now is I look through the news, and I look for things in the news where, you know, you go to the conflict in Gaza, or you go to the conflict in Ukraine, and I sit and I just try to visualize like peace, or sometimes it's not even visualizing the outcome, but just sitting with like this is a really sad situation, and then do the materialization breath. And I'll do it several times before I move on to something else. And I just kind of go through the news, and the thing is it helps me to be like peaceful with that. It helps to bring a light into that situation, even if it's just a thimbleful at a time. Still, it's tries to be my little contribution to moving things in the right direction. And it also helps me to get perspective from stepping out of the collective consciousness of people, so that I'm not stuck in the dramas of the different opinions that go around, and the different things in the news, and other people's conflicts about this or that or politics or whatever. It's just me getting to choose to be me, and trying to keep a positive spin on the things that are going, so that I don't get pulled into a place of despair or hopelessness, something of that nature. And even being able to be in that place has a positive impact on the people around you. So it's one of those things that keeps like giving in a lot of different ways. And so I find that a prayer practice is a very potent way to do a spiritual development, because for one, you're practicing conductivity, and you're doing like an act of service for things outside of yourself. And any version of that is, I think, an accelerated practice. Then when you mix in like, okay, I'm doing the 3 brains, and I'm doing this, and I'm doing that, all of that contributes to the prayer practice. But that act of doing the materialization breath, even if it's just 5 minutes a day, just 5 minutes, you'll notice over a period of time, you'll feel calmer, you feel like peaceful, your mind's quieter, your mind's less reactive, your lower emotions aren't quite as agitated as they used to be, and you kind of see like in greater depth when things are happening, like, oh, something bad's happening right now, but it's not bad forever, it's just bad right now, but tomorrow's another day. Like, you see the transient nature of the things that are happening. And if you were to walk away with doing just one thing, I'd say do the materialization breath daily. Like, just if you can do 15 minutes a day, that would be amazing. If you did 5 minutes a day, that'd still be great. If you make the amount small, then if you go longer, that's great. But if you make it big, it starts to be a task where like, nah, I won't do it today, I'll do it tomorrow. So if you just make it like, I'm going to do 5 or 10 minutes. And then if you feel inspired, you go a little longer. And if you don't, you still did your 5 or 10 minutes. But, the idea of divine intelligence is everything goes in cycles. So there's going to be times where you feel great, and there's going to be times where you don't. Having a schedule is harnessing divine intelligence. So those times that you feel great, you might go longer, right? The times where you don't feel that great, it's still breaking down those things that might be coming up where you don't feel good about yourself, or you don't feel good about the world, or you don't feel good about the past, or whatever it is. It starts to rise up, and the practice just keeps knocking it down. And so if you notice, like, the things that really cause us suffering, they're not a constant. They're a thing that come up and then they go away, and they come up and they go away. And so having some sort of schedule allows for that to diminish when it comes up, but over a period of time, it diminishes the pattern. Like, rather than trying to put a fire out every time it comes up, just go, it's going to come back around again. So I'm going to keep practicing so that when it does come up, I've already laid the groundwork, if that makes sense.
It makes a lot of sense. This was great. I have a couple of questions.
Sure, fire away.
Okay, when you're talking schedule, I mean, you could split your schedule with morning and night, or what are, I mean, are you talking
I would say
about?
what works best for your lifestyle. Like, I always think that night is good to do deeper, like inner work for yourself. And like mornings, I find like doing stuff for other people, or like doing like just things that you see in the world where, you know, say you have a thing where you want to do prayer work for gun violence, like get up in the morning, do it in the morning. But like at night, you're like, well, I want to tackle this thing from my past or this tendency within me. Do it at night so that you kind of process it in your sleep. The day is about being active, and even if you're doing spiritual practices or healing practices, you're still a bit in the logical mind, and it's about activity and actions and thoughts and opinions, and set that in motion in the morning and the inner work at night. That's the way I tend to do it.
Great. So if you have a long list of situations, people, etc., can you kind of read your list and do a materialization breath for everything, or is it better to keep it smaller?
You could, like, you know, every once in a while I'll go through a big long list, and then I'll go, well, this one's more time sensitive, or this one bothers me more, or you know, something. And so like if I have a free day, I'll do the big list. But if I don't have a free day, I do the one that I think's the more important one, or you know, a couple where I can really focus the energy on. And so you know, like your friends wanting to get pregnant, I'd put a little bit more time and energy in that, because like the sooner the better probably for them. And so that could be something that you focus on for a little while until there's some movement in that area. But I find that I have deeper movement when I go deeper on something rather than trying to cover a quantity. But from time to time, my mind kind of likes touching on everything every once in a while. And so, like, you know, I give it to my mind sometimes. Like, you know, my logical mind is like, yeah, we should be doing all of this. But the intuitive mind is like, take your time, knock it out one by one. Every once in a while, you just go, let the logical mind have it for a day. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if it's really weighing on you, then just do it.
Okay, so like with the prayer petitions, the you know,
Mhm.
that's a lot of people. And I'm sure that that's at a different level that you're doing ceremonial stuff, but you could do that. All right, that's a really good
So
place.
part of, like, that's a good example, is like part of the thing with the prayer petitions, like so here we're talking about the materialization breath. Part of what I do with that as well is I invoke the like holy names for that, because like I'm of the mind, like in with those prayer petitions, like, you know, I can invoke blessings and I can do mantra and everything, but in those kinds of situations, invoking a holy name is much more potent than anything that I can do. And so, you know, in the chakra classes, how we did each of the chakras, the very first thing that we did was the holy name of each of the chakras. And so there, each one has like a kind of a quality to it. And so in the materialization breath, you could work with the holy names of the chakras. So the crown would be associated with oneness and bringing light in. And so that could be the only one that you work with. The other one would be the one for the heart. Just because it's activating to the heart, but it helps to transmute a lot of things. It helps to bring lucidity, clarity into situations. And the heart is going to help transmute kind of some of the karmic imagery or the potential karmas particular situations. And so usually I do either the crown or the heart, unless I feel real inspired to do something specific. Like the one for the Ming Men is very transmuting. It's very purifying. It helps to establish order. And so, you know, sometimes I'll throw that one into the mix. But you know, I'd say maybe at first get used to the habit of doing the materialization breath, and then you could start using the holy names. You know, at first you can work with, like, say, cinnamon or rose or hyssop, abramelin, or aloes. I like to use aloes for prayer work quite a bit. Just because the reason the aloes is that it has to do with emptiness. It's like it's helping you to be a vessel of light, or helping something to pass through you. So there's that. Tuberose can be quite good. Very good for prayer work as well. In fact, if you look at the Tibetan version of Kuan Yin, which is the deity, it's the spiritual elder in charge of hearing and answering prayers. It has a big wreath of tuberose around its neck. So it's symbolizing that for your prayers to be heard and answered, you work with tuberose. And so that can be a potent thing as well. You know, the thing with the prayer work, at first we're trying to be conductive, and we're you could say, like, one of the goals is to, like, make ourselves conductive and kind of clean ourselves up a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, spiritually wipe the bugs out of our eyes, brush our hair, and, you know, get our good clothes on, and, like, okay, I'm showing up, I'm doing it. And then, like, the deeper thing, that is producing a kind of stability. And then from there, the next phase is to increase communication with the divine. And it's things that you're being taught in all the different classes. You know, the whole idea of working with the three brains is intuition, and it's increasing the potential for communication. And when the communication, like when you're praying to Jesus or Kuan Yin or whatever being that you're connecting to, by opening up the channels of communication, it's your prayers are being heard to a greater degree, and guidance from that being is being received to a much higher degree. Like, it becomes like a kind of transmission. And, you know, all the three brain work that we talk about is about opening that up, like developing that to a much higher degree. I mean, three brains is other things as well, but that's a big component of what's happening. And once that communication begins, then, like, an even deeper level becomes, and like the emanation of light, or the emanation of energy and blessings from a particular being, like, into the physical realm. Like, you literally start becoming a vessel for that connection to whatever being or deity that you're connecting to. And getting spiritual energy to physicalize into the earth, it not only helps you, it helps other people, it helps society, but it also even helps the earth to evolve. Like, it actually accelerates the development of the planetary logos, or the planetary aspect of God. And so it is truly a great act of service. And you could say almost that is the action of, like, the saints and the, the great yogis and the great teachers and all that, is they're physicalizing that spiritual energy into the form, into the earth, into the collective unconscious or conscious of humanity. It's blessing humanity and thinking of humanity is one thing. Blessing the earth, because humanity, we're connected and we're fed through earth. Like a lot of our tendencies are of the earth. And so by blessing the earth, it, like over a period of time, has an impact of like changing humanity and helping humanity to grow and evolve. And if you look at in the Native American tradition, the idea of the thunder beings, the thunderbird and all of this, is that it's the act of physicalizing spiritual energy into the earth. And in the Tibetan tradition or the Buddhist tradition, the dorje, like holding the dorje, is like they consider that of the thunderbolt, and it's about like physicalizing the spiritual energy into earth. And if you look at the Greek tradition with, was it Zeus that holds a thunderbolt and is winging it down at the earth or down at humanity, it's these different versions of trying to physicalize spiritual energy so that humanity evolves and just doesn't stay stuck in whatever weird place they happen to be in at the time. And yes, it's a thimbleful in the ocean, but enough thimblefuls go in, it can produce a change. That's the thing with qualitative action. It produces a much bigger shift quantitatively than what its size or volume is. The stronger the quality, the bigger the impact on the masses. And so I would say never underestimate the power of prayer. Like, it's, even if it's about making you feel good as you're doing the prayer, that's one thing, but it has an impact. I had a friend that was a doctor, he was a surgeon, and he started noticing that, like, when he would start doing surgeries, some people just, like, they would cut them open and they would just bleed and everything, it just was chaotic, and it was almost like like an emergency. Like, granted, you're cutting somebody open to do a surgery, but he said, there's like kind of an order to it. Like, but there's sometimes you'd open somebody up and it was just like everything was a crisis. And he said, and there were some people you would cut them open and they wouldn't bleed that very much, and everything was very guided and everything would just like flow, and the surgery just would go very, very easily. And, for a while he was like, what is it about some of these situations that flows really easily, and sometimes it just feels like, chaos? And he started noticing that when he would go out and talk to the family, that the ones that seemed to like go very smoothly, he said there was always, like, they were in the waiting room praying, or they were like, well, we put it out to the prayer circle, or we put it out to the church, or we, a bunch of the family members are praying, whatever it was. And he could get to where as soon as he would cut them open, he could tell people are praying for this person. And so he started going out, he stopped even asking, have you been praying for this person? He'd go, how many people have been praying for this person? They'd go, oh, funny you ask. It's like 12 or 15 or da 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 da. And he said it became so systematic. He could tell the ones that had prayers being done and ones who hadn't. And he was a science guy. He in the beginning, I think, thought it all was a bunch of crap. And he could see something scientifically that he saw with his own eyes, and then over a period of time came to the conclusion that it was that based on all these experiences. And I don't know how much he personally prays, but he could see the impact of what prayer did, directly through his work. Like he, when he would cut people open, he could tell. And prayer would be one of those things that's a hard thing to validate, but when you see things kind of happening and kind of flowing, my idea is like, I'm praying even if it doesn't flow. I'm not really praying because I want an outcome. I'm praying just because I want to pray. Like I find I'm a better person when I pray, because I'm not stuck on myself and my wants and my needs. I'm thinking of something outside of myself. And then if good things happen, even better. And then if people are healed, even better. Like, all of it's even better. But, it's interesting when I'm doing the prayer petitions, sometimes I do, like I call people to do prayer petitions with them. And, I'll be in my space and I'll be talking and, maybe I've been bottling or, answering some emails. And then I go, okay, it's time for me to make, I'm going to spend a couple hours doing phone calls. And as soon as I sit down to do the phone calls, it's like my whole psyche goes into a different space. Like it's not something that I consciously do, but it's like, okay, we're entering into prayer time and people in need and after a while, the prayer just starts to take you to a place that your logical mind can't touch. And I think more than each individual prayer itself is the accumulation of the prayers takes you to a place that you can perceive something much greater than yourself, and you can experience something much greater than yourself. And so the individual acts of prayer are good, but it almost starts to become this accumulated impact of doing prayers on a regular basis that just, it puts you in a different place. Doesn't mean that you're going to get to linger there all the time, but it becomes easier and easier to step through that door, if that makes sense.
It definitely does. This is amazing. I still have a couple of questions.
Yeah, fire
one
away.
is- one is-
That's what we're here for today.
One is a comment. You've gone down several rabbit holes that I would love to pursue more of or learn where to get the information. Things like, and you said the chakra class for invoking the holy names, but that's a great interest. In invoking blessings, mantras, that kind of stuff. I've got a lot of feeling when I sit down to do some of this that I'm an imposter, and I'm trying to change, my way of feeling about, my work, doing this stuff. And I would like to learn more about mantra and invoking holy names and different things. That would be very interesting. If we could do a study group sometime of
Oh,
some of
sure.
that.
Yeah, I would love to. Yeah.
And this is the picky one, like the 5 to 15 minutes. You were saying, it doesn't. The longer you do it, you kind of get more benefit from it over time.
Right.
If there was a really significant problem, would you stay on that problem for 15 minutes, or would you
Yeah.
you would stay on
Yeah.
one thing for 15
I would,
minutes?
yeah. Usually if it's a big issue, I kind of drop everything else and I do the one thing until I feel like there's movement or something, doesn't always have to be that way. It depends on kind of how critical it is, but let's maybe even practice doing the materialization breath. I think everybody has kind of had at least a little experience, but Let's just practice it again right now. So let's do this. Pull out an oil like hyssop, cinnamon, abramelin, tuberose, aloes, lotus maybe, rose, even something like marjoram. Let's see what you have. If you don't have that, I'll give some more options, but let's just see if you guys have any of those. Ginger lily.
I don't mean to interrupt as people find their oil, but would this answer this question? Someone's asking, what oil would we use for the materialization breath for praying? Would this be
It
those?
would be these. Yeah. Even cedar could be one that you could use.
I think we're good. Go ahead.
Okay, so there's been a couple of different versions. The materialization breath itself is there, but let's just keep this very simple for prayer. So what you would do is you would reflect on what you're going to pray about, what you're trying to bring light to. Could be yourself, could be something in the world. So how about the first one? We'll do something for ourselves, like healing in your body, in a situation, in a relationship. And then as you're reflecting on it, keep reflecting with your awareness on the heart, the area in the center of your chest. Okay, now you're going to let the visualization go. You're going to let the reflection go. You're going to take your bottle. You're going to hold it to your chest. Okay. And the reason you're holding it to your chest is because you're going to be doing a movement with your head, and it makes it easier to do the movement, right? So the bottle's to your chest. And so watch me for just a second. My head's going to go down. I'm going to inhale, hold my breath. I'm going to move my head up, and then I'm going to exhale through the mouth. And then down, inhale. Up, exhale. Down, inhale. Up, exhale. So the down, inhale, up, exhale, that's considered one breathing cycle. You want to do at least 4 breathing cycles or more. Most times when you're doing a prayer, do like 8 or 9, right? So now the act of moving your head back and forth, right? When you put your chin down, raise it up, and then back down, what you're doing is you're moving energy from the lower centers of your energy body up to the upper centers. So you're moving from your lower nature to your higher nature. Then the act of moving your head back and forth also stimulates the movement and the circulation of the cerebral spinal fluid circulation. So basically that's helping to move you from fight, flight, and shift you into more of an intuitive part of function in your nervous system and the rest and repair, which is where you would see more visuals. It's where you can let things go. It's where you communicate with the soul. So it's increasing the potential for soul communication, right? Soul direction, guidance, right? So there's that. Also, when you're going back and forth like this, When your head is down, you're stimulating the right side of your brain. When your head is up, you're stimulating the left side of your brain. So you're increasing communication between the intuitive mind and the intellect. And that movement back and forth like that is also how you break down repetitive thoughts, opinions, ideas, concepts that are usually based on past experiences, past conditioning. You know, repetition is of the lower nature, spontaneity is of the higher nature or of the soul. And so by moving your head back and forth like that, you're breaking down the tendency to be repetitive in your thoughts, your feelings, and your actions. And you're helping to bring spontaneity into the mental body, emotional body, and eventually the physical body. And you could say that you're increasing the potential for a miracle to come in. Like when we're praying, in a way, we're praying for something that is outside our repetitive thoughts, feelings, life, whatever that might be. And that flash of spiritual energy that comes in, another way to say that, it's a kind of miracle of sorts. You know, it shifts things, it changes things, and it enhances something, it lets something fall away, whatever that might be. And the only way that that can happen is for those thoughts and feelings and past conditioning to fall away, the intuitive mind to be activated, and that there is communication between the intuitive mind and the intellect. The intellect only does things from the past. Like it really processes past experiences. Even memorization is a form of a past experience. So when it has an idea, it usually sticks to it because it's invested a lot. It's based on past experiences. When you're praying, you're usually trying to bring in something new. So that in intellect, that everyday mind only references the past because it really can't perceive something new. It can't perceive something abstract, right? And so the heart being activated allows the intellect to have a new experience, and intuition allows the intellect to have a new experience that then it can go, oh, I now have this past experience of something that intuition brought to me or something that the heart brought to me. And then it can be integrated. It can then, you know, base its experiences or its action based on the past experiences. So this idea of going through and hoping to let go of some of the conditioned responses or the conditioned past allows for spontaneity to come in, allows for something to come in and affect your mind, you know. And so it's this idea of praying this way, it's a very potent way of doing prayer, right? So it's not just an energetic thing. There's actual mechanics to it. With holding the breath too, you're shedding the effects of accumulated energies in the body that are a lower vibration. So it helps the nervous system evolve. You know, it helps there to be more light in the nervous system. So, okay, so we've held our prayer in our heart. So chin down to your chest, head down, inhale, hold your breath, head up, exhale, down, inhale, 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 up, exhale. And then just keep your eyes closed and be still for a moment. Just be still. Same prayer, reflect on the prayer. Your awareness is on the heart. And then let it go. Chin down to your chest. Inhale, hold your breath, up, exhale, down, inhale, 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 up, exhale. Just be still. Let's explore some variations. Think of a quality, like a virtue, that you would like to bring into your life, into you, like some tendency you would have. You know, regardless of the level or degree, like an easy one is loving kindness. Accurate perception, correct expression. Whatever it is. Contemplate that virtue, that goal that you would like to bring in, even if it's just a sense of peace. You're holding it in your heart. Let it go, bottle to your chest, chin down. Inhale, hold your breath. Up, exhale. Down, inhale, hold your breath. Up, exhale. Down, inhale. 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 Up, exhale. Just be still. They'll reflect on that virtue, that thing you're trying to bring in. Then let it go. And once you go ahead and do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths on your own at your own pace. So notice how that felt versus, praying for a difficulty. Both are good, but they're different. And then one of my personal favorites is connecting with a deity or a holy name, or so whatever is of your tradition or you have the affinity for, whatever great being or teacher, deity, just contemplate that deity or that being. You're holding that being in your heart. And let it go. Bottle to your chest, chin down. Do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. And then just be still. Continue to contemplate the deity. Let the imagery go. Bottle to your chest, chin down. Eight or 9 of the materialization breaths. Now, to deepen the potential for the physicalization of the light or the prayer, is the next phase would be the 3 brain practice. The 3 brain practice, like basically you're bringing in light and you're acting on it. It's like you're bringing it into motion, so to speak. It's like you're living the prayer. 3 brain activity is intuition in motion. And so let's just have you use the same oil you're using, but let's just enhance the process with the 3 brains and then come back to it here in a moment. So that same oil, Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. Now move your awareness to the low back area, the mingmen, the backside of the navel. Then the solar plexus, the area below your ribs. And then the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. Your awareness is on the brain. And then the top of your head. Just be still. Now, pick one of the subjects we did the materialization breath. A prayer, a virtue, or a deity. Whatever one you choose, reflect on it. Hold it in your heart. Feels a little different, yeah. Bottle to your chest, chin down, 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Notice what you feel. Notice when you combine it with the 3 brains, I don't know, for me, it feels like it's more dynamic or it's more like active or something. There's something more flowing. But how did that feel, Lauren?
Oh, this whole thing has been awesome. Yeah, that felt great.
Good.
I think this is really going to change my idea of prayer, and I think it's going to change my spiritual practice significantly.
I mean, even the idea of mantra is just an extension of like the prayer. Like it's helping to cultivate some aspect, like Om Mani Padme Hum helps prayers to be heard and helps bring light into wherever you're directing it. Even the idea of Amen, like you could just sit and chant Amen, and it releases light down through your feet down into the earth. That's part of, like, when you in the prayer and you say Amen, you're basically releasing light into the earth for that prayer to be like physicalized. And so even the practice of doing a mantra of just chanting Amen a bunch of times can be a very, very powerful form of mantra. So it doesn't have to be some super complicated thing. It can just be boy, what was the one that we were doing when we were in Southern California we were doing Hallelujah. Like we watched the Leonard Cohen thing. There was like a documentary on Leonard Cohen, and it was the whole thing about that song Hallelujah. And I started playing. I was like, boy, he kind of brought Hallelujah back. Like it kind of faded away a little bit, and then we started singing about it, and like I was like, I wonder what the energetics is of Hallelujah. And God, I started chanting it and doing it over and over again, and especially when you break it up in syllables, it's very potent. And you can take something like that. One of my earlier teachers, like it just shows you how like weird my mind was or how repetitive it was. Like he gave me a mantra when I was very, in my 20s. And he goes, every time you have like something come up that you think is like a crisis or something, like I want you to chant this particular mantra. And I was like, okay, what is it? And he goes, just chant irrelevant, irrelevant. And I was like, really? And he goes, yeah, just give it a shot. And I started doing it. And all of a sudden, those things that I would get worked up about or just like grind on and couldn't let go of, just that idea of just saying irrelevant over and over again, all of a sudden I was like, it's not the big deal I'm making it up to be. I would really like it to be a big deal, but it's not. And it was a way to calm some things down in me. So, that wasn't even a holy word. That was just a word, and just saying it over and over again. It like drilled something in my head.
That was a
So-
great example. I love
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. And like at first I was really, this is ridiculous. Like I remember leaving that time, because I was having one-on-one with the teacher. I was like, this is silly. Like, ugh. And I had some come up within a week or something. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna do that dumb thing he told me. Irrelevant. And I remember like about 10 times of saying that word, and then I was like, whoa, started spacing out there a little bit. Like I had to open my eyes, and I was like, oh my God, I think it's working. And so, if we recognize what we're trying to do, like there, I was trying to put myself in a good place. Like it didn't have to be, some crazy mantra or something that I didn't understand. Like irrelevant, I understood. Like that word I got. Like at the time, if he would have said, go home and do Om Mani Padme Hum, I'd go, but what does that really mean? Like, there's the energy of the words. So there is something to that, and it's invoking a kind of blessing, but I was also a little too in my head. And in that moment, him giving me irrelevant, as ridiculous as I thought it was, like I got it. Like I say it 10, 12 times, I got it to the bone. Like I just got it. And it helped break me out of a weird mental pattern that I had. I still do that mantra from time to time, by the way. Yeah.
And if you would, since we're still on this topic, we had some shares and we had a couple questions.
Sure.
Someone said, I'm going to start doing that with the news myself. Thank you.
Yeah, even the irrelevant with the news. It doesn't mean that there's bad things that are happening, and it's good to pray for situations, but sometimes we get a little more worked up than I can at least speak to myself. Like left to my own devices, I can get a little bit more worked up about things that I see happening in the world sometimes. Then it doesn't help anybody. It just, makes me agitated. And so when I go through and do that, I'm just keeping everything in perspective. And then when I pray, it's just so that it gets like worked out, especially when you see like the wars and things like that. It's just, there's something much bigger playing out there that I can pretend to understand, but it's going to keep on happening even after we're gone,
Well, and they were referring to even using it in the news when you were just talking about using the materialization breath.
Yes, the materialization breath is very good for the news. Very good for the news. It's very good for when people need healing. You might not know like technique, or you're like, oh, maybe I should send them an oil or something. You can sit and just do the materialization breath on whatever's going on for them, and it will make a difference. I did it one time. I can't remember where I was at, and I had somebody come up with a bad back, and I was like, okay, move to touching your toes. And they could only go so far. And I didn't even do the materialization breath. I had a student do it, and by the time they were done, they were able to have full range of motion. And that's being able to validate because you can physically see they can only go over so far, and then they can bend over and touch their toes, like, you know, in a short amount of time. And it's a way to validate things. Yeah.
I have a dear friend, warrior friend, who has aggressive cancer. Just this week, she asked if I would hold her in prayer. Thank you, Greg, so much
Yeah.
for diving
Oh, yeah,
deeper
yeah,
into
yeah.
her today.
So, you know, and in a situation like that, like, I hope your friend recovers, but if the friend doesn't, it also helps to prepare them for their transition, making their transition more peaceful, less suffering during it, and after they leave the body, they kind of transition through some of the different stages at a faster rate. And so one way or another, you're helping your friend.
Should we do prayer materialization work in our meditation space or somewhere else?
Meditation space. Yeah, that's a great place. I mean, sometimes I just do it even on the couch, but I usually try to do it in the meditation space. Yeah.
Oh, I misread this originally. What would you use the blend Chiron and Archangel Zadkiel Premium for?
What were the two?
Chiron, CH.
Oh, the one that's so Chiron is one for the planetary issues, and so I would work the planetary patterns with that, which one of the best things to do with planetary oils is to work the oil, the pattern of blood purification. So lungs, liver, gallbladder, kidney, spleen. They definitely help the development of the emotional body, the activation of the heart. So I would use Chiron for that. And then the other one was
Archangel Zadkiel.
Zadkiel is the development of the heart, the archangel of loving kindness. So again, you can use it for materialization. You can use it with inhaling on the heart. You could also physicalize it into different situations. So you could do it with the news. You could do it with, you know, situations in your environment. Also, just a devotional practice to that archangel helps one in the cultivation of loving kindness. Yeah, that's a great angel to work with.
I think those were the prayer specific ones.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take a break, and we'll come back and we'll do more Q&A. So if you had questions, have them prepped and ready to go. We'll come back at 20 after. Everybody, come on back.
And go ahead, Zakia, then Ralph.
Hey, Miss Zakia,
Namaste, everybody.
how are you?
That was so phenomenal. And thank you, Laura, for thinking to ask the question. That was unbelievable.
You know, we were talking on the break. I agree. And thank you, Laura, for asking that. Like, you know, she was asking, like she said earlier in the week, and I was thinking it out, and maybe there's that weekend after Christmas, right before New Year's, where I think we only have one day kind of set for preparation for the new year. I can't remember what we called it, but you know, it's some free class that we're doing, and either a bit in that class or maybe in part of we only had one day for that weekend, right? Or did we do both days? I think we just did one day.
Revitalize we just have for December 30th right now.
So maybe we'll do a little bit more of like a Q&A spiritual practice where we kind of lay that out and do a little bit more of what Laura was asking on that. So we'll figure it out either in the evening or on that weekend. We'll do some more. So
Great. So my question, I have a couple.
Sure, fire away.
This is the first year I've taken on a cancer patient with my healing practice. And I am not clairvoyant. So my question is, how do I figure out where I'm at? You know, we've done 3 or 4 months.
I would say don't figure out where you're at.
Oh.
Like just keep going at it until they're in remission. And even once they're in remission, you know, different kinds of cancer, the
This is
remission
fourth
is
stage
just it
lung.
calms down, but until they're like 5 years out, I still treat it like it's kind of there for a bit, you know, because like you'll get a remission, and then, you know, maybe in a year or two, depending on the kind of cancer and how aggressive it is, then it might still flare up again. You know, you see that sometimes in breast cancers. They'll be fine and then it'll come back again in a few years. And, you know, I had cancer when I was in high school. And, you know, the doctor basically said, until you're 10 years out, you know, we'll always treat it like as a potential, but the 5-year marker, that's you're doing pretty good. If you like, you make it to 5 years and there's no, like, you know, it coming back, then you're doing good. But they still, they checked it for, oh God, 15-20 years. Like, and now every once in a while, I still, you know, that doctor that I had back then has passed away, but like, I still have it checked from time to time. Now I just go a lot of years without it being checked, but.
It was fourth stage lung cancer. We're talking about Margot.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I would treat it. I mean, this is what I say, like, you know, most conditions you're trying to like support the body so the body can heal itself and, you know, kind of give some help or stimulation of an area or calming something down. Cancer and certain kinds of viral infections are a bar fight. Like it's not like, oh, let's support the body. It's like you're supporting the body, but it's a bar fight. Like it's, you know, break a bottle and go at that cancer. Like, you know, you kind of want to treat it differently than how you treat a lot of other things. And so, you know, and even within the cancer itself, you know, there's the cancer, and then there's also helping them, you know, depending on what kind of treatment they got, helping them to even recover from the treatment sometimes. And, you know, like chemo and radiation, one of the things that I like to do is for the liver, I like to use Greenland moss to help detoxify the liver from the effects of chemo and radiation and things like that. That's internal, done daily, but I wait till after their treatment is done. And then for the kidneys, to flush out the effects of chemo and radiation in the kidneys, myrrh. Myrrh is very detoxifying to those effects in the kidneys. And then always just kind of strengthening the body. And the thing that we don't really think about is one of the things that gets hit very intensely from chemo and radiation and even just the surgeries is the skin. And so the idea of revitalizing and detoxifying the skin, because the skin is still going to reflect the chemo and the radiation. And so helichrysum can work good for that, and it can be in a salt bath or a body tonic. Or the other one that I like to use with that is turmeric, like turmeric in a body tonic, and then have them rub it all over their body to revitalize the skin. You know, it's not always the surgery site that gets impacted. It can be other areas. And one of the areas that we really, you know, say, you know, here we're talking about lung cancer, or say it was breast cancer or something like that. It still can be all the skin, but usually the area that's the most toxic is the feet, the skin of the feet. And I would even go so far sometimes to, you know, how people will make a mask for their face. I do that, but for the feet. In the old days for cancer patients, I would make up this concoction and have them do like those mask kinds of things, but on their feet to help with the detoxification process. And you know, I always found that when the skin was treated, that they that I would do even as they're going through the treatment. That I always found that they had like better like moods or emotions like going through it. Like they had uh like more like hope isn't maybe not the right word, but they just had a better outlook like when treating that. And you know, the thing with the chemo and the radiation, it can be very hard on the nervous system. So I would use either nerve help or the pain relief psychogenic. I would use either one of those, like for their like salt baths or you know to rub on their wrists. And the idea being that it helps the nervous system stay strong as they're going through that, and that also helps them with a good outlook overall, you know, and then whatever problems that they're having because of it, you know. Most cancer patients when they pass, they're not passing from the cancer, they usually pass because of malnutrition. And so the idea of making sure that they're eating, making sure that they're processing their foods, you know, anything that's can help like a stress plagued digestive system. So ANS support or rosemary or tarragon, anise, you know, any of that can be very helpful in dealing with cancer patients, you know.
I did a
If
lot.
they're
I did a whole lot to build her body with you know, herbs and nutrition supplements, because for that very reason, her body
Yeah.
was like really
Yeah.
depleted of nutrition.
Yeah.
But they didn't give her chemo or radiation. They gave her infusions.
Mm. And the infusion wasn't a chemo?
No,
What was the infusion of?
I don't know. I think she went and just had an infusion in her veins. I don't even know. I don't know.
Yeah, that might have been chemo. Yeah.
Oh, well, she told us it was not chemo, so I don't know.
Hmm.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, hard to say. Yeah.
Right.
Different doctors will have different treatments, you know.
Uh-huh.
Especially with breast cancers, you know, there's physicians who actually don't even use chemo or surgery. They use like hormone therapies and things. And so breast cancer is one of the better where they've gotten really good at treatment for that. And depending on the physician, very wide range of approaches for that. And so, you know,
My other question was gangrene. She also has gangrene. So the doctors
she have,
daily
she have diabetes or
no, she said she doesn't they didn't find diabetes, but they actually amputated one toe off her left foot. But the doctor says it can't get wet, it's got to keep wrapped up. But so in trying to think how to treat that, I was just wondering, can you treat I believe you can treat anything, but what would be an approach to treat the gangrene? You know, I'm thinking of blood things to do circulation,
yeah,
but
circulation,
can
like yeah, circulation, like helichrysum would be like strong doses of helichrysum on the legs
internally?
because internally and topically. And the mm, there's another thing. Let me look something up here. There's another thing that give me just a sec. Hmm. Chamomiles, rosemary, sage, terebinth, thyme, Cayuput, hyssop could be helpful, but lots of inhalations and topical applications to the legs with that. Helichrysum would help with the inflammation, the healing of the wound. The thing that I like about the helichrysum is it makes things a bit more like fluid, like it makes fluid go into an area. So even like the internal use of lemon, because lemon's going to have a little bit of a thinning effect on the blood, which will make it a little bit more penetrating into that tissue. And
Yeah, you had put her on lemon, but how much helichrysum would I use internal?
two or three drops probably twice a day.
And because the doctor said she's not to get the foot wet, how would I apply something to deal with that decaying skin?
You treat it like from higher above, like those things, put them up on the legs, but the site itself, usually the doctor doesn't want anything to be touching that. So I usually treat like the legs and, like down to about the ankle and like leave the toes and stuff alone. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. So a couple of weeks ago, you asked us to offer suggestions how you guys can improve Plan Prana, the newsletter or website, whatever. So I had one suggestion. It would be really, really helpful if when you sent us kits, if we can put all of the essential oils in the kit on the label. That way, if we're looking for something, we don't have to, go through every little bottle. And even if it doesn't fit on the label outside of the kit, maybe put a separate label just inside the container so we can see what's in each kit. Also, in the workbook, on the third page before you start the page with the methods of application, maybe just give a list of the oils in every class. That would be so helpful in terms of looking for stuff.
Okay. Have you used the thing about searching the website with, like, when you put an oil in, it tells you what's in different kits and things like that?
Oh, no, I didn't.
Yeah, why don't you maybe
Say that
you wanna
again,
give
do
them
what now?
hold on just a sec. You want to give them a little tutorial about how to search the
Yeah,
website?
I'll do like a quick little, because I find this very helpful. I'm gonna do a little share here, just so you guys can kind of see. I can see how to share. Yeah, there we go. Okay. All right. So best way, so hover above classes, you go to previous classes. And we have a search bar, because one of the things Greg is often saying is grab, say, ginger lily, right? So we're here in previous classes, under categories and the search button. This search button here in previous classes only searches previous classes. So if I type in ginger lily, and I can scroll and I can see what classes ginger lily has been in as far as kits go.
So Zakia, like, I like this a little bit better, because then you don't have to go through case by case going, which one has ginger lily? You can just go to the site and go ginger lily, and then you just go find that kit.
But even this, we are going to make it even easier for you guys.
Yeah.
We are revamping the website starting this month. And so look for some really fantastic changes in searching and things like that. But for now, this is a great way to kind of look for oils specifically. This is my fastest way to find them. But we're going to even have an even better way. But for the oils, I know it can be a little tricky trying to find the specific one or what class it was in. I like this way, especially, a lot of people keep their kits alphabetical. And so then they're just like, look for in the search, and then they can go find like transformational astrology for Ginger Lily.
That's great,
Is it-
right?
I think this would actually be quicker because like I said, like if it was on the kit, you still have to go like kit by kit by kit going,
Right.
it's not in that one, it's not in that one. Where here you can just go pop it in and then it's like, oh, there's 5 choices, and then you just go kind of go find the kit.
Yes.
But we'll keep refining it. Yeah.
Great,
We're like Samantha said, we're in the process of updating the website to make it even more user-friendly with more things that you guys can go through and access, things from past classes and stuff.
Right.
We're trying to step the game up in that area a bit. So it's
Fantastic.
in the
That's really
works. So
helpful. Yeah.
yeah.
Another question,
Yeah.
what's the difference between using pink pepper and black pepper? Are they interchangeable?
I mean, they're both peppers. Pink pepper is a much softer form of pepper. I find that pink pepper is probably a little bit better for working with fascia, and pink pepper has a bit more of an impact on the emotional body and the stimulation of the heart. Black pepper is a very good like workhorse when it comes to circulation and being antispasmodic. They're both antispasmodic, but sometimes black pepper can be a little too overstimulating to circulation when there is inflammation present, where pink pepper doesn't have that issue. And so like if you're just dealing with like cold muscles that need circulation, or you're being impacted by the cold, or there's just like deep contractures and not really a lot of inflammation present, black pepper works really, really super well. But if there is some inflammation present and or you're not sure, pink pepper actually I find is kind of a more it's like a more appropriate choice. It doesn't cause some inflammation. And I found that like if I put black pepper on something that's really kind of inflamed, I found that it kind of blocked up the lymph nodes a little bit, where the pink pepper, I've never really had that issue. Even if something's super inflamed and I wanted to put something on there just to keep blood moving, it didn't block up lymph nodes and the lymphatic movement in the area. And so I mean, black pepper is very good circulatory tonic, but it is a lot of red prana. Like, it's red and not, if there's inflammation or a lot of stagnation, sometimes it's not the first choice. Like I would use other things like pink pepper or even white pepper. I don't quite have that issue, but pink pepper is very nice because it's also, like I said, very activating to the heart.
Right.
So where black pepper is not. Black pepper is very activating to the basic chakra.
Right. So another
Yeah.
question, there were times when you would share with us your favorite essential oils for particular organs. Like you like lovage for the kidneys and maybe bay laurel for the lymph or lymphatic. Do you have a general favorite oil for your basic 12 organs or systems? Is there a way we can, your top choice?
Let's see, like liver, I would do probably either helichrysum, rosemary, verbena, or Greenland moss. Kidneys, lovage, like I put myrrh in there. Myrrh's a good detoxifier for the kidneys without being a diuretic. Like most things that are good for the kidneys are also a diuretic, but sometimes sometimes I want to clean the kidneys up, but not get up 5 times in the middle of the night to go pee. You know what I mean? And so when I want to do that, I use myrrh. I mean, it's always good to get rid of that excess fluid, but sometimes I'm just like, I'm too tired. I don't want to get up and like be running to the bathroom every hour or whatever it is. And so gallbladder, like mints, like peppermint, corn mint, thyme can be good for that. Rosemary can be very good for gallbladder. Like rosemary is very good for improving gallbladder function, where mint is very good for cleaning up the gallbladder. Like, if there's like stones, gallstones, mint, anything with menthol in it has a breaking down effect on the stones. And so that can be very helpful. The spleen, I always like to use Angelica for the spleen to if we're just talking about like strengthening and improving function. But spleen,
Rosemary's good for that too, the spleen.
yeah, rosemary can be good. Helichrysum can be good. Boy, there was something I was using. I'm trying to remember what it was. Yeah. Lungs, hyssop, larch, myrtle, all those kinds of things. I like hyssop a lot. Hyssop and larch for just general functions of lung function.
And annula.
Yeah, Anula is good. Amivisnaga is good. Tolu balsam can be good. It has a balsam effect on the lungs, but I'd say more than the lungs, Tolu balsam impacts the diaphragm more.
You saying Tolu or Tola?
Tolu, like Tolu, and then balsam.
Okay.
Yeah. But for just general like lung function, I tend it's kind of hard to beat hyssop. Like, hyssop or larch.
Yeah.
They're so good for the respiratory tract. And the reason that I like hyssop as well is it's very very good for the medulla and stimulating respiratory rate and function. Thyme is a good one to strengthen the respiratory rate. Thyme and cinnamon. How like sometimes people not just have like a shallow breath, but they'll have like a weak breath. Like thyme and cinnamon are like your best 2 things for that. But anytime you want to slow down the breath, Lang Lang or spikenard work really well. Like Lang Lang is really good for slowing down the breath. And then like the heart, it depends again what you're trying to shoot for, but Melissa, Lang Lang, Neroli, Anula, even pine can be good for the heart. Like when
Sylvester?
somebody, yeah, any of the pines, but Sylvester usually. Like the heart will be achy, like not the heart chakra, but like the heart muscle. Like people will sometimes complain like that there's like a heaviness, not in the chest, but on the heart itself. Like the heart it's achy. And basically it's like the pH in and around the tissue of the heart is off. Pine will resolve that usually in just a few treatments, like, you know, several drops of Sylvester pine on the chest and just rub it in. And within a few applications, that achiness of the physical heart will go away. And so, you know, it's really kind of about the lining in and around the heart that gets cleaned up. And so pine can be very good for that. But even spikenard can be good for the heart. But I like the idea of Melissa, Neroli, Anula, Lang Lang, because they'll also kind of take some of the stress out of the heart, and like an elevated heart rate. Marjoram taken internally can be good for like spasms or tension in the heart. If you're wanting to do something like how for certain heart conditions, people will take 81 milligrams of aspirin for heart attack prevention. That can be augmented with lemon oil or the herb ginkgo biloba. That can actually help. Like anything that's has a little bit of a thinning effect on the blood can be helpful. Combination of
is ginkgo thinning?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Helichrysum will make the blood more like fluid, like it makes it easier to penetrate into denser tissues. That's why we're talking about it for the feet of your sister. So like you can do a combination of helichrysum with like either petitgryn or helichrysum and rosemary verbenin to help with treating issues like when the heart muscle has gotten a little hardened or a little dense because of like tension and things in the heart, because it does make the blood a little bit more fluid, but you don't want to go too excessive with that. You know, you don't want to make the blood way too thin or way too fluid. And so usually a couple drops of it is enough. Brain function, sage is always one of the best things for brain fatigue. Rosemary is always good for getting circulation to the brain. Cinnamon is very good. General stimulants for the body, cinnamon is good, peppermint is good, the forest mint is good. For overall, you know, there is this medical aromatherapist that was, you know, in France, they're usually physicians. And so he was a physician, and he said, if the world knew the benefits of cinnamon oil, you wouldn't be able to get it because everybody would be hoarding it. You know, cinnamon is such a good thing for so many different conditions, you know, digestive things, body stimulant, immunity, colds and flus, brain function, overall energy levels. It's just good for a lot of things. And so, I mean, I would always put cinnamon in the repertoire of, you know, even last week I was, you know, we had gotten exposed to somebody being sick, and we didn't really feel that sick, but we weren't feeling great. Like, you know what I mean? Like it was like, feels like the body's probably fighting something off. And I was feeling a little more sleepy and tired than normal. And man, I took a couple dosages of that blend Liberation, which is cinnamon, savory, clove, and lemon. And first dosage, I was like, man, I feel better than I normally feel. Like I feel so good. I mean, I got up, I got some stuff done, and I took a couple of dosages, and I took one a little too late at night. And it, you know how like when you go to bed at night, it's because you're kind of tired. I felt so good. I just laid there awake for a while. I was like, I'm not even sleeping because my body feels so energized. Like I didn't feel like I had coffee in me. I just wasn't falling asleep because my body wasn't fatigued. And I was like, gotta take this in the morning, not at night.
It was like a stimulating effect?
It wasn't even stimulating. I just wasn't tired. I was just laying there and I was like, I don't feel restless. I don't feel anything. But like normally when I lay down, I'm like, oh, finally bed. I'm exhausted. Like, you know, and I go to sleep. I was feeling none of that. Like I just was feeling pretty good. And
And what would
so
your preference be for the lymphatic, actually?
what's that?
What would be your preference for lymphatic?
Well, so they're the blend lymphatic blend, but if you were looking at a single oil, bay laurel is one of the better, like bay laurel or helichrysum, thyme, all very good for toning and strengthening lymphatic function. Bay laurel, probably one of the better things to opening up blocked lymph nodes and things like that. I tend to use bay laurel for a lot of that, but you know, I still don't discount helichrysum or thyme for lymphatic things. Yeah.
Earlier, you had mentioned you were referring to the emotions. And so for your 5 basic emotions, like just fear, anger, joy, worry, and grief, is there a preference for emotional kind of,
What was your 5 basic emotion?
you know, for like the Chinese 5 elements, fear, anger, joy, worry, and grief?
Fear, anger,
Joy for
worry,
the heart, worry, and grief for the
worry.
stomach and lungs.
Fear, I would use Anula. Anger, I would use Melissa. Joy, I would use either cinnamon or light bling.
Grief and
Grief, you could use ginger lily is probably ginger lily or rose are probably the 2 best for grief by themselves. Marjoram could come in there, cypress could come in there a little bit, but rose or ginger lily does much better.
and worry.
And worry. I had something on worry. I had a whole class that I was going to do on worry at one point. What was I using for worry? Give me a second, because I do have a bunch of notes on worry.
Sure.
So there's a blend Rama, but I can give you a single oil here in just a sec. Worry would be lotus or tuberose.
Okay, and one final question, if I may.
Mhm.
A number of times when you're teaching, you mentioned different ways you personally use oils when you are healing. And like one time you had said you use, when you're healing, you use aloes on all of the, like the minor chakras on the arms and the legs.
Oh,
So
yeah.
so my question is the application. Do you put it on your fingers as you scan? Do you spray the client's chakra points, your own chakra points? How do you apply in those instances?
Oh, I see. A lot of times I would have them apply it onto those joints. If for some reason that's not happening, I would do the materialization breath, like you said.
Oh,
And one of the ways that I would do it sometimes is like as I'm doing the materialization breath, you know how like you do it and then you stop and be still. I would visualize their arms and legs and then do the materialization breath again.
oh, okay,
Yeah, yeah.
okay. Thank you
You
so
could,
much.
you could in theory, like call the energy body up and spray it into the arms and legs.
Say that
You know,
again?
or you could spray it into the part of the energy body where you're wanting to direct it.
Right, that's
Um,
my
you know what I
thought.
do that with a lot is chakra root cleanser. Like God, I used to go crazy with that, doing healings all the time because it just keeps energy moving. Like
Right.
it, and so one of the reverends at Astara, I don't know that he's done it in a long time, but you know, he's another old timer from pranic healing back when Master was in the body. He used to put chakra root cleanser on the end of his crystal, and then he would do it, and then every 5-10 minutes he'd put more on and then go through and do it that way. I never tried that, but in theory it would work, you know. Yeah.
Thank you so much for allowing us
Yeah.
to ask random questions. I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
it's nice doing random sometimes.
Yeah, thank you.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Ralph, then Teresa.
Hey, Ralph.
Hey, Greg. Thank you for the spiritual notes there. That was excellent. Most
Good. We'll do
excellent.
more of it. I mean,
Yeah,
if I
yeah,
know you guys
please.
want to talk about that stuff, like we can talk about it. I just sometimes I might be a little oblivious to some. That's why like even doing today is like good because you know now I know the things that you guys are wanting to talk about, like in study groups or when we have extra time or you know work it into a class or something. So yeah, I love to know that you guys are into that.
Okay. All right. Excellent. On Lama Yoga. Well, okay, we'll start with Lama Yoga. In Lama Yoga, for the various names of the deities, is just pick your favorite religion or your favorite deity name and go for it.
Yeah, I would say yes. And then, you know, in the, like in the body wisdom class, you know, how each of there's the deities that kind of address certain conditions, you can do it that way. But, you know, I would say for Lama Yoga in general, work the thing you have the affinity for. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like, you know, if you really had something that was on your mind or really important or you felt very drawn to, I would say do that. And then as time goes by, what happens is like you have a couple that you'll like my experiences. Like I have a few that I like feel very connected to. And the more that I work on there, I can almost recognize like this is the time I work with this particular deity or this being. And it depends on like you're really kind of developing different areas in yourself. And so for some people, one deity might do it all, but you might draw upon different deities to develop certain areas of your development or your perception or your practice. And so then I would kind of make each thing a practice unto itself. And you kind of sit down and go, okay, which practice am I going to do? You know, So that is very, very personal. Like, you know, it's not going to be the same for everybody, but the mechanisms would be very similar. You know, reflect on the being, connect with the being, hold it in the heart, and then I would do both. I would do the materialization breath and I would do Lama Yoga. Materialization breath is going to have a much more stronger effect of physicalizing light into the practice and the purification of your past conditioning, the elementals, whatever that might be. Lama Yoga is really going to expand awareness, expand up into the higher faculties and even higher, greater connection to the soul, and it's going to dissipate thought forms. So materialization breath, more about conditioning and elementals. The Lama Yoga is more about thought forms and connecting with thought, you know, diminishing thought forms and then connecting with the deity itself. And so you could say that the materialization breath is like physicalizing the energy or the light of that being, but the Lama Yoga can be like a devotional practice just into the being itself, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay, good. Thank you. Speaking of materialization breath, and also Lama Yoga to an extent, my chin at this point in my career is not going all the way down to my chest.
That's okay.
So
Yeah,
what I have done, and I'm just want to check and see if I'm breaking anything, is I'll take the bottle and hold it to just below my my collarbone notch, and put my head down as far as it'll go, and then bring the bottle up and inhale, and then put the bottle back down to my collarbone, and then move my head.
Okay, wait. So say that again. So you
I'm
bring your bottle like here.
I have my bottle at my collarbone. Okay.
Right.
Put my head down, bring the bottle up and take the inhale while I'm holding my
Oh, I
breath,
see.
put it back down.
So it's about the head movement, and so you know, wherever you fit the bottle, I mean, because the bottle is really about just the head movement. It's
Okay.
So wherever you feel comfortable with the bottle is fine. But don't hurt the neck trying to exaggerate the movement, but just
Yeah.
you know, if the chin can get down. I find that like if the neck feels a bit compromised, that instead of like making my head go all the way down like this,
Mm-hmm.
my head will stay like my neck really won't move, and I'll tilt my chin down and then
Okay.
up, like and not moving the neck. Like you see what I'm saying? Like I kind
Yeah,
of go
I
like
see
this,
that.
like
Yeah.
this, versus like that.
Mhm.
And so if that becomes even a little too difficult, you know, still do a little bit of the movement,
Mhm.
and you can put your awareness on the blue pearl. But one of the things that I like to do with that, you know, because every once in a while I'll wake up and my neck's just a little jacked up and I don't want to do the breath,
Right.
is I'll put my awareness on the blue pearl and then I visualize like I put my awareness on my like feet, and I just feel not so much going through body parts, but almost feel like there's like this wind moving up my legs, my hips, my torso, like you're basically moving the energy up.
Right.
If that's a little too hard, you know how we do the 4 directions where you go, okay, left side of the body, right side of the body, you know, front of the body, back of the body. Do that and then do the blue pearl. Like,
Okay.
so any version of that. Ideally, you'll do the head movement,
Mhm.
but if that's too hard, then try one of the other variations. The other thing that you can do is on the temples,
Yeah.
go left side and then move through the head right side, and move through the head left side, you know, because part of the issue that you're trying to do with the movement is moving back and forth between the 2 sides of the brain.
Okay.
And so by going from left to right to right to left to left to right to right to left, you're kind of manually stimulating the two sides of the brain, and you'll get a similar benefit.
Yeah, I remember you taught that in one of the classes that I took from you. So yeah, I remember that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Good,
Thank you
good.
very much.
You're so welcome.
And just to, you kind of answered it just now, but should you have a limit on the movement of your neck, either up or down, moving your neck only to the limit that is comfortable for
Yeah,
you?
that's what I would do. Limit to what is comfortable for you.
And then again, I think you just answered if you can't move the neck all the way down,
Yeah.
and there's the modified.
Yeah, there's some modifications that we just talked about.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, don't hurt your neck, don't hurt your shoulder to do that practice. Like if your neck is compromised, protect the neck. Like you know, don't make yourself do it. There's other ways around it. So, you know, we talked about several here. See if those work, and if that doesn't work, then we can, you know, modify something and make it work for you. Yeah.
And then go ahead, Teresa, then Loosely.
Hey, Teresa.
Hey, Greg. Okay, so I did the protocol that you recommended
Mhm.
with the helichrysum, the ginger lily, and the
Oh,
poplar
good.
balsam.
Okay. Yeah.
And I also had experienced a shift with the Archangel Zedekiel. So I have that one, the premium one.
Mhm.
I guess the question I have, and it's almost like this next phase of if you had like a little thread with the body and mind still going, yeah, is it really true it's gone? Like it's finally gone, you know?
Well, those
And you
things
want-
go in cycles. So I would say keep doing it for a while, because you got to break the cycle of what it is. And so, you know, even if you walk away from going, man, that session was amazing, I feel good, and it stays gone for a while, just bank on it's still a little somewhere. You know what I mean? Its nature is that it goes in cycles. And so I would still do it for a little while until it feels really eradicated. And even then it still might pop up, but it just won't bother you then. Like I still have things that pop up from my youth that, you know, haven't bothered me for a while, but like if I engaged them, I could go back and you know what I mean? Like have a reunion of sorts to a bunch of crap that I don't want to think about. But like I see it and I'm just like, oh yeah, it's over there. You know, I don't really feel like I don't feel triggered by it. I don't feel drawn to it. But it's still like, you know, it's just like the times tables from 4th grade. Like it's in there. I never use it, but it's floating in the head there somewhere. You know? So it's a little bit like that. It's just it loses like the energy, you know, because there's a light and there's like a kind of a darker light that is of the earth, and then there's just like the elements that were the building blocks of it. And so what happens over a period of time is it becomes like a shell, like, you know, it's there, but it's not really a thing. Like it's just like a memory, and even those will float away. The materialization breath and Lama Yoga definitely help those things float away. Things like aloes and neroli, angelica, even frankincense and myrrh, narcissus, all those will like kind of break down the elements from the past and break down those thought forms. Even poplar will do it.
Okay.
I've been taking, so I would just keep working them until it feels,
okay.
You know, yeah. Because like here's the other dynamic of that is that the mind sees those things as an isolated situation, but just like there's a thread of like spiritual and good things that kind of go through maybe different traditions or through our lives or everything, there's also a thread of those old weird things that go through different things. And so sometimes you might resolve it from like your past experience, but there's already been a little bit of some manifestation of some patterns where it's attracted something, or there's still some sort of level of engagement. And so sometimes when we're talking about like entanglements or attachments, some of it is that it's like a kind of projection that went out, and that even if it hasn't manifested, there's still like these little feelers for it that have gone out that still are potentially manifesting something. And so by going through and cleaning up the aura and the energy body on a regular basis, and even that thing that we were doing yesterday where we were doing the chords, but not to people, to events, you're really disconnecting from the potential of attracting something like that. And like
Okay.
in the Buddhist tradition, like you see, I don't think I have my kartika here, but it looks like this little like knife axey thing. And you know, the practice is like kind of going through and doing this in front of the body, and then even going forward and doing things in and around the energy body. That's exactly what that's for, is like you're breaking up the projections from when you were in not a great place. You still send out these projections, and then you're in a better place and you're like, that's resolved. But you still sent out the little feelers for like, hey, I'd really like it if somebody came and treated me like crap. You know, just like when I was a kid in grade school, like, come and, bully me or whatever it is. Like, I still feel like that's a little unresolved. It's not conscious, but
Yeah.
it's just part of how we try to learn our lesson or process things cognitively, is we do a thing where we repeat something in the physical world so that we can understand something that is abstract or very unconscious. So it gets recreated so that we can interact with it and go, oh, that's what's happening. And then you'll notice, like, you kind of work through all of that, and then 6 months you're like, here it is again. It's a lot more refined, it's a lot more subtle, it's not as bad as it was, but it's still there. Like, you're still working that piece of it. And so sometimes emotionally, mentally, we've resolved it, but we still haven't let go of some of those old attachments or those old projections. And it doesn't mean that it's not resolved now, but if, like, when we go through and release things, I mean, that is the potency of things like aloes and the assemblage point, and there's that blend Padmasambhava. It's out of one of the classes. I can't remember which one.
The wisdom one, I think.
Yeah, I think it is the wisdom one. Yeah. Those are about like disconnecting from, even the allostasis blend to a certain extent is about disconnecting from those projections, and how we work the etheric chords even kind of brings that into the mix of disconnecting from that, so that as you release it, it also, if there's something that's still unresolved in that, it brings it to the surface where it might not be in your conscious mind, but it brings it up and it's like, oh, I still need to release this piece of it. Because a lot of times it's broken up into pieces. You're not just releasing some big chunk, you're releasing like a series of like smaller chunks. And so, that's why, you go through and you do that, you do a little salt bath, or you clean up the energy body, the aura afterwards. And, it's always good to go to the aura or a salt bath afterwards, because the aura is the blueprint that physicalizes something. So even if you do a deep release, like, I'll still go through and clean up the aura like afterwards, either with oils, or like if I'm doing healing on somebody, the way we were taught is you clean the aura and then you do the healing. I do that, but like at the end of the healing, I go back and thoroughly clean the aura, like from the different directions, because I want to break the pattern. I want to break, the structure is kicking something off. I don't want it to kick it off and then reabsorb it. So like I'll really thoroughly clean the aura afterwards. And
Okay. And did you say the blend from the wisdom body class was good for?
Padmasambhava is
No,
also
I just checked. No, Padmasambhava, it might have been in that one too, but it is in Metatron, Archangel Metatron, Angel of the Bell class.
okay. Yeah.
I don't have the other one class.
Yeah, I just got, when I was looking at this in the intuitive class, and I just realized it today, I got like go around it, like
Yeah, sure.
resonance of like backdoor. It almost felt like
Well,
instead of
I would say that a lot of times, like if you think about like how we were talking about like the back heart yesterday, or how we've talked about the back heart in general, like another way of saying like we put up our barriers, or I think I was saying yesterday, like, oh, it's like being in a cage, you're breaking out of the cage of some sort. Like a good, just old-fashioned way of saying it is obstacles, like inner obstacles. The thing with the back heart is when it's really clean some situations up, you just become more fluid, like you said, going over, going around, going through, there is that intuitive movement that happens with the three brains, where when it's lacking, you get stuck at whatever the issue is. And one level you could say, oh, we're trying to transmute that situation, or we're trying to break down the walls or the barriers, or you're removing obstacles. All of those are different ways of saying there needs to be movement in this situation. Like, there's no healing that's going to come from standing there staring at whatever the problem is. Like, even going around it might not completely resolve it, but the movement will refine it. And if you look at the point of view of the four directions, the first direction being the west is observation. The second is the north, where it's activity, it's dynamic activity, it's applying yourself into a situation. And in that is where the refinement comes, because then you come from that movement and that activity, and then you come to the east, where you are refining the mental body and you're activating the heart to a much greater degree, and you're developing more of the intuitive component in the east. And basically the east, you're going, okay, this was my observation, this is what I did, what did I learn from it? Basically that's what's happening. And without the action or the activity, even if it's flowing around, going over, whatever it is, without that refinement, there's going to be some things that are good in that, and there's going to be some things where, like, I could have done it better, I could have refined it more, I could have done this. But it's that saying, you don't know what you don't know. So you don't know it until you take an action. And so, for me, for so many years, I was always like, I took an action and I was wrong. But then, like, I'd look, okay, this is how I was wrong, I guess I got to do it different this way or that way or whatever. And like in a way you could say, I was like, looking back in the moment, I couldn't say this, but looking back, I was blessed in not having things go well for me right off the bat, because it taught me that even when things are going well, it still could be refined significantly more. And if things go well for you right off the bat, you never think, I need to refine this, because this is where I would say, like, it's the easiest place to see is back when I used to work with athletes, there was these guys that were they had tons of natural ability. I mean, just tons. I mean, they were just born just a specimen. Like they just were really good at what they did without really having to try very hard. And when it would get tough, and when they would be at an event where there was a bunch of people just like them, they wouldn't show up, they wouldn't perform, because it always had come easy to them. And then you'd get the guys who, they were not a specimen. They were doing it because they wanted to, and they had heart, and they were going to show up to something that not only were they not going to win, they probably weren't even going to finish, but they would still show up. And little by little, they became a little better, and then they became a little better, and then they became a little better. And, you know, those guys, they did better because they showed up even when they thought things were going to go well. But the ones with natural ability, they would only show up when they thought they were going to win. And what happened is, guys who easily could have had a career in that sport didn't have a career because they'd only show up when they thought they were going to win. And so, you know, again, talking with a sports guy, like I used to work on this one boxer, and I asked him one time, who was the scariest guy he ever got into the ring with? You know, and I think he's going to tell me some guy who, you know, eventually became like, you know, a belt in, you know, some division or something. And he goes, the scariest guys were always the guys who got in the ring knowing that they were going to lose and probably get knocked out. Like, not the guys who were like champion material and everything. He goes, those guys who got in the ring knowing that I was going to beat the crap out of them, and they would get in and look me in the eye anyway. He goes, those guys kind of freaked me out a little bit because they were going to take a beating and they knew it. And, you know, I remember like sitting and thinking about that. And I was like, not that I want to get into the ring or get into a fight or anything like that, but there's something about being successful, be it a spiritual practice, a healing practice, your business, a relationship, where, you know, you're going to get in there and yeah, you're going to do some things wrong. And yeah, you're going to make some mistakes. And yeah, you might even take a couple punches. All of that's okay, because you're always going to learn from it. You're going to grow from it. You're going to take a lesson away from that, and you're going to be better because of it. And I'm not going to be hiding because I might not do it well, you know? Yeah, I'm probably going to do it wrong for a while. Like, and have the strength to be able to say, I'm going to do it wrong for a while, and I'm going to keep doing it until I do it right. You know, that is, I think that's a really healthy place to come from. Like, I think, you know, I used to train these groups therapists, and we would start doing well for a while. And, you know, all of them were very experienced and very kind of known in their circles. And, you know, we were treating different conditions, and I was leading a research group, and we'd go into these different scenarios and we'd do therapy for a while. And then I'd have like a little meeting. I was like, okay, we did really well. Let's celebrate our successes. And, you know, we'd tell like little stories and everything. And I was like, okay, even in these successes, where could we have done better? And let's just say that didn't go over well. Most of those situations, when I started saying that, disbanded very quickly. And people have a hard time, even in these situations where it was professionals, they had a hard time saying that even when I did it well, I could have still done it a little bit better. And I think once you embrace that, it's more about the process and the journey and not just about the one result, you become a force to be reckoned with. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Even if I make a bad decision, I'm going to evolve out of it. You know, like, I don't have the stress of like, is this a good decision or a bad decision? It's just like, yeah, let's do this. You know, hopefully it you know, we choose right. But if we don't, I'll evolve out of it. Like, I have every confidence that I'll evolve out of it, you know. And that that right there will get rid of a lot of anxiety. A lot.
Yeah, just on that, what if you, like, I think where I've gotten stuck is just sitting in that self-criticism of where I can do better all the time versus celebrating the evolution. So what practice can
I
help
would
me?
say I would say just not judging yourself, like not making it about, like, for me at first, I did the practice of what were the things I did well, and what are the things I'm grateful for, and then where did I screw up? Where did I go wrong? You know, and trust me, my list of what I did wrong was always much longer than what I did right. And so I would just emphasize more of what the success was. But part of me, I mean, this sounds kind of weird, but part of me knew I was just going through the steps. Like I believed the what I did wrong list way better, way stronger than what I did right. But after a while, I think what happened was I realized that I wasn't being judged very much by other people about these things. I was just judging myself. And like there was a tolerance that came for myself, that it was like, yeah, I did that wrong, but I know that I'm going to try to do it better. So it's just, I'm seeing it at a certain phase. And that's a hard thing to get intellectually. You almost have to have experiences of doing that. So that thing of, this is what I did bad, this is what I did good, and this is how I'm going to improve over a period of time, just turned into this greater degree of depth perception, so that I could see like, yeah, but my track record, it's better. I still have my failures. I still have the things that, I could have done better or didn't put a lot of thought into or effort, but I'm getting better and better. And over a period of time, I think that just kind of silently slips in, and you just kind of, it's not so much about judging it in the moment. It's like this kind of process that you just know that's there. It's like, the sun's going down and it's nighttime. And it's like, I don't know for sure that the sun's going to come up, but the process has happened so many times, it's going to come up, but, it could go dark and sun can never come up again. I doubt that's going to happen, but I can depend on the process, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And so here, when you do that thing with like the good list and the bad list, it stops making the bad list like, oh, I'm just not good enough. And it's just like, yeah, it's a process. And it almost becomes like, but the sun will come up tomorrow. Like it'll be fine. Sun will come up tomorrow. If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it does. And I'm just trying to put it into context with some of the system that is around me, which probably makes it hard to move on if you're in an environment that it's never good enough or never enough. But I think abstracting myself from it and looking at it as a process.
Yeah, with a system like that, the hard thing in the workplace or in the corporate setting is that there are management styles that are not based on saying things like in an accurate way. They're saying things in a way that's a way to try to motivate people to perform to a certain degree and get their 5 years out of them or their 10 years out of them, where a long time ago, people looked at a career or being at a place that maybe it's a lifelong thing. A lot of businesses now look at like, I want 3 to 5 years out of somebody. I want everything I can get out of them. And when they're burned out, they can go somewhere else. And I would say, you need to perform and fit into the structure the way that it's functioning.
but I wouldn't let the structure be the thing that dictates how well you're doing, because the structure is more about motivating you to perform rather than telling you that you're doing it right or wrong.
Yep.
Even when you're doing it right, it's never good enough, or you should have done this, or you should have done that, or you know, if you don't keep this up, you might not get included in the inner circle, or you know, whatever it is.
Yep.
You know,
Yep.
it's so I would say let yourself be the judge of that and stay functional within the unit or the organization, but don't let it be the thing that you judge yourself by. It's not an accurate reflection. It's just not. Like years ago it was better than it was, but you know, some of the managing styles are borderline cruel. You know, they're usually styles that came from outside the US, but they're so integrated to so many things now that it doesn't really matter where it came from. They're just kind of almost dehumanizing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So just kind of pivoting slightly, today I pulled out the 4 Archangel kit even before Astara, and I joined the Astara. So what would you say the 4 Archangel kit would be useful for in terms of a practice?
Yeah, so you could use it to set space, to go deeper in your inner practice. You could also use it to clean up the energy body, like how we did. You can use it like how we were using the materialization oils earlier. You could do the 4 archangels in the materialization process, you know, because they're bringing in the 4 directions, and you're helping to develop 4 aspects in yourself. And so any version of that can be very helpful. I find that I go on little tangents where I'll work just one of the angels for a while. Like for the longest time, it was like over a year, I was just working Raphael. Like I just had Raphael in my pocket all the time. And then it kind of slipped away, and I did a couple other angels, and then I ended up with Gabriel, and Gabriel was my thing for a while. And you know, it depends on what you're trying to do, but you know, setting up the space before meditation or healing, you know, just inhaling them, following maybe a pattern, doing it with the aura, like how we did at the Astara session, where Raphael, you do the left side of your body, Gabriel, you do the front, Ariel, the other side, then Michael on the back, or to do the materialization breaths. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
We have hands raised, we have questions, but maybe take a break.
Oh, sure. Let's take a bathroom break. Come back at 5 till. We'll do one more round after the break. Everybody, come on back.
And I see the hands raised. I think it was actually Loosley next, and then Tracy. So go ahead, Loosley.
Hey,
Hi,
Miss
Greg.
Loosley.
How are you?
Hey, how are you?
Pretty good. I got a quick question. Next week, I'm
Yes.
supposed to see oncology, and they're trying to offer radiation or chemo. I don't think I'm gonna need. I don't pick up that I'm gonna need chemo, but I think I am gonna need radiation. Do I prep my body before it, or do I clean my body after it? Like, how do I manage that?
So they haven't you know, sometimes they have like protocols that they're going to do regardless of you know, what got done. And so do we know, is there a protocol that they're going to want to push, or?
We haven't talked about it yet. I know I went in, they removed, it's breast cancer. They removed it. After that, they did a reconstruction. And then right now is the radiation part. And then the doctor that they took some lymph nodes 2 lymph nodes out the arm, nothing spread. And they said that
Okay.
they want to talk about radiation. And she said I had to take a test to see if I needed chemo. But I don't know. I don't feel like I need the chemo. But
Yeah, I would say let the test like kind of tell you, you know, a lot of times these days with breast cancer, they don't always do chemo. And so, like you said, you might not need it. The thing that they're looking for is, you know, if it's spread to a couple areas, they're just looking to make sure that it doesn't pass the brain blood barrier. And so let's just, like you said, probably assume that it's going to be radiation. And so here's the things that I usually have people do is for the radiation, several drops of holy basil daily. Like, you know, you could easily do 3 drops twice a day, or if you want to do even 4 or 5 a couple of times a day. That would be super good. Then on the radiation side itself, I usually do a combination of either, like, I try lavender, try helichrysum. I do lavender and helichrysum together, and sometimes I add calendula to it. And you know, basically you're dealing with a burn, and so a lot of times lavender is enough. But if there is a lot of pain, the helichrysum is the thing that I increase, and it also helps to detox the tissue and everything. The calendula can add an extra level of soothing to the skin, but I usually just start with like the lavender. But you know, sometimes that site, depending on how intense they do it, it does hurt a little bit sometimes. So the helichrysum, you know, you could start off with the lavender helichrysum together, and you know, you can put it on in an ointment, or sometimes I mix it up in like aloe vera, because the aloe vera will also be very soothing to the spot as well. And do that, and then galbanum internally. Like, so you're already doing the holy basil internally, and the holy basil is just to protect the body from the radiation. The galbanum will be to help diminish the potential pain. You know, I've had some patients where the pain wasn't that bad, and some where the pain was really bad. Most times it's like in between, where it's painful, but it's not crazy. And so I kind of go case by case basis and see where people are at, and at least do the lavender. And if there's more pain involved, especially with like movement and things like that, then add the helichrysum. Yeah,
I've been using the helichrysum now.
yeah,
And I've
good.
been using it like I've always used it for every surgery that I
Yeah, oh,
had.
yeah.
And it's done wonders. Like when I say it's
Yeah.
done wonders, it does
Yeah.
wonders. With pain, it kind of helped with the pain as well, because I'm allergic to opioids. So I can't take them. They make me really sick. So
Okay.
I have to bear the pain. So I'm definitely gonna get the galbanum. I'll
So
take that.
galbanum, and you know, one of the things, like if pain's a real issue and you're not going to be able to take other forms of pain relievers, myrrh can also be like a thing that takes the edge off. I mean, it's working some different mechanisms, but myrrh can be very, very strong, like taken internally to reduce pain. I use a lot of galbanum personally, but like if my back, for example, gets really bad, I start pounding the myrrh, and within a short amount of time, like I'm back to being good again. Now, like if you're having like where you can't take pain relievers, you know, there's a old trick that we used to do with digestive enzymes, and there's a company called Wobazyme. And they make enzymes these days now specifically for the way we used to use them back, you know, many years ago. And if you take them in between your meals, it acts like a natural ibuprofen, like, you know, without all the weird digestive things. And so it reduces inflammation and reduces some pain.
And you could just do like a tablet in between each meal. So you'll be doing like maybe 3 a day, but you could get up to where like you're doing 3 between each meal. And we used them for whiplash syndromes, because we were finding like, back in the day, they were giving them massive amounts of ibuprofen and it was just ripping people's stomachs up.
Mhm.
And yeah, we'd give them those. They wouldn't even use the ibuprofen, and so it's not really like a pain reliever, but it's so anti-inflammatory. Like sometimes it's the inflammation causing the pain, and if you reduce the inflammation enough, there's no need for the pain reliever.
I noticed that because when I came out of surgery this last time, I had so much inflammation, and I
Yeah.
told them I
Yeah,
didn't
yeah.
want the pain. I didn't want those pain meds because every time I get on the pain meds, it feels
Yeah.
like I never did ayahuasca, but it feels like that type of experience for me.
Yeah, yeah.
So I try to avoid that at all costs.
Yeah.
I had to stay overnight, and they gave me stuff for the inflammation. The pain went
Uh-huh.
away. I didn't
Yeah.
feel
Yeah,
I didn't
yeah.
feel as much pain. So definitely the inflammation makes a big difference.
Yeah.
I remember Zakia talking earlier about the young lady with the lung cancer. And I remember you saying about that it's a bar fight and you have to throw everything
Yeah.
at it.
Yeah,
And I
just go at
agree
it.
100%. So my personal experience was when I first started, my immune system felt really low and I felt really tired. I was really exhausted. So I started to eat because I know that you have to eat calories or whatever the case may be.
Mhm.
But what I ate made a big difference. So I
Mm-hmm.
noticed that when I ate foods with a lot of sugar and that weren't so healthy, I felt
Mhm.
exhausted faster.
Yeah.
But when I went
Yeah.
over to alkaline the body and I started eating more healthy foods, the energy went up. It
Yeah.
started going higher.
I would agree.
I started researching the castor oil and I
Mhm.
started
Good for
doing
you.
the castor. And then I bought a book because castor oil is something that you can't just go to YouTube and watch. You have to really pay attention to how it works because if you do it with heat, you can't leave it on the body but for a certain amount of time. And
Mm.
then if you want to leave it longer, you have to do it without heat. And then toxins come out. So you need a specific wash for the skin to
Mhm.
remove the toxins before you do it again. And also the cloth, the material you use, like cotton, you can wash and reuse. The wool, you only have a certain amount of treatments that you can do, and you have to dispose of it.
Oh,
So,
wow. I didn't know
so
that. Yeah,
it
yeah.
makes it's in the Edgar Casey book.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
it makes a big difference. Prayer. When you talked to the other young lady earlier about prayer, I was doing a whole bunch of research and watching a bunch of different things. There was a young lady that had stage 4 and it had spread all over the intestinal area. And
Mhm.
her whole family came in and they all pointed their hands towards her and they kept praying for her. They kept
Mhm.
praying for her. And as they kept praying for her, for some reason, she got healed. Well, we
Yeah.
know it's because of the prayer, but she got healed.
Mhm.
So my thing is, I know prayer is everything. If you, which one would be stronger for someone in a situation like that? The material, like a group of people doing the materialization breath at the same time for this individual, or doing the prayer with a group of people, like a group doing it
I
at
would do
one.
the materialization breath personally. Like that's always my go-to thing. Always found that to be more potent, but you take somebody like maybe a group of people from church, I would just let them do what they do. Like, they're so devotional in their practice. I grew up in Catholic schools, so there's a little bit of like, rebellion in me, like when it comes to like doing some of that. So, uh, that I have to factor that in. That could be a little bit of my thing about why I want to do a different version of it, like
Okay,
looking
so
back, I'm grateful for my Catholic upbringing, but in the time I was doing it, I wasn't that grateful. Like I was pretty rebellious.
And
I think
so,
all kids go through that. My
Yeah,
oldest child went
yeah.
through that too.
yeah,
And he's a Capricorn as well. So
yeah,
yeah,
yeah, that's
she
funny.
went through that too. So if Zakia got, because I'm in the Bronx too, and if she
Mhm.
wants, I can join her if she wants. It's up to her. And get other people, and maybe we can show them what to do that's really dedicated, like really wants to do this. And maybe we
Sure,
can
sure.
form a group and actually do the materialization breath for the young lady at
Okay.
the same time.
That would be great. I think Zakia would love that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's Kia with a
yeah,
yes,
we'll
yes,
hook you guys
yes
up.
too.
Yeah. we'll hook you
Okay,
guys up.
all right. Thank you very much. I appreciate everything.
And going back to what Laura was asking about and how we talked about prayer, we talked about it on the break, and just like we've been doing a series on the lymphatic 1, 2, 3, 4, we're gonna do that with spiritual practice. So, we'll do one on prayer and one, we'll kind of go down the rabbit hole. So we'll do some free 1-day classes that's just about that practice, and we'll get one of those up and going, maybe by the end of the year or the beginning of January. So
Even when we did the SOAS the other day, right?
mhm.
And it has to do with the some of the lymph, or whatever the case may
Yeah,
be.
yeah.
When we were doing the protocol, I was looking at my drainage because I have drainage on both sides.
Mhm.
When I looked at the drainage, what I saw inside was more lymph than any blood.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
it
yeah,
looked like more lymph was coming out at the time than like little bit of blood. It
Right.
really, it felt, so for me, I took it as, okay, this is moving the lymph.
Yeah.
This really
Right.
moves the lymph.
Yeah.
Like that was
Yeah, it
my
does.
yeah.
It does. Like it's not manually moving the lymph, but because it changes the way the body is functioning, it moves the lymph. And Luzley, with everything we're talking about, like when it's all said and done, rehab the skin a little bit, like with helichrysum body tonic or turmeric or something applied topically all over. I mean, you could even start now just because the tumor was there and the surgery, but it's going to be more important after radiation.
Okay, and
Yeah.
the myrrh, do
Like
I take it
really-
internal?
For which one?
The myrrh. You wanted me to take the myrrh.
Myrrh is internal. I mean, you can get away sometimes taking it topically, but like I would do the myrrh internal. Like I always found that I got more impact with like pain and inflammation taking it internally than I did topically. But I do both. But
And-
I think internal is stronger.
And the lavender helichrysum, the lavender and the
Topical. Yeah,
helichrysum.
just topical on the site.
Can I
wherever they're
put it
doing the
neat?
radiation.
Can I put it on me?
Yeah, you might want to mix just a little bit of aloe vera in it, because
Okay.
that, like, it probably will be okay, but that skin gets so, worked because of the radiation. You never know how it's going to react. So I'd put it in there, and the aloe vera also helps. So like it's really kind of one of the things that contributes, and so I would do both.
Okay, all right, thank you very, very much.
You're
I'm
so-
grateful.
And then go ahead, Tracy, then Sonia.
Hey, Miss Tracy.
Hello. So, I've been doing the I cannot talk, materialization breath using my temples, but then today you said about going from the feet up. Can you
Mhm.
explain to me how to do that?
You just like it's not so much about going through the body parts, but you almost kind of try to tap into the energy like in and around your feet, and then just start moving the energy up. Some's in the body, but it's almost outside the body as well. It's like you're just moving. That's why I say it feels almost like a wind that's moving up. It's not like
Not
in the
even
body itself.
breath?
It's like you're in this tube and you're just moving it up the tube.
So, but you're not doing any, do you breathe and then do it and then breathe out? when you
It's
get-
more done with your mind than with your breath.
Okay, so I can disregard the breath.
Kind of. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, you're still inhaling and exhaling, but when you're doing that, it's more about just moving the energy up with your mind. Like wherever you put your attention, the energy is going to follow. And so like if you can tap into it at your feet and then you just start moving your attention up, it just starts moving up with your mind.
And then when you get to the top, you just kind of let go, like go about
Yeah.
a foot and then let go.
Yeah.
And then to bring it back down, you start about a foot above and come back down.
No need to bring it back down. Just move it
Oh.
up. Yeah, just move it up.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's lovely. Thank you. So
Yeah.
I can alternate between those two.
Yeah. You know, protect your neck, like do those things, but from time to time, you know, move it up. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And
Yeah.
I thought there was another question, but now I don't know it. So thank you so much.
And then go ahead, Sonia, then Letty.
You know, like there's this emphasis been going on failure, and you're not perfect, and you're not you can't do anything right, and it's a process. It's not just, I think, a process or something you get over. You have to change your definition. You couldn't change your definition of failure and being imperfect and not able or whatever to, it means not taking what you learn and using it the next time. Failure is not taking what you learn and using it the next time. And even God is not finished evolving. The perfect process he has is he takes what he learns and uses it the next time.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Good point. Yeah.
And then go ahead, Letty.
Hey, Letty.
Hi, Greg. How are y'all doing?
Hey.
Okay, so I have two
Hey,
random.
How did you like my cover for the Uncle Bob class?
I was laughing about that. I put all the well said when I saw it because I was thinking in my head like, what could we possibly use for Uncle Bob? And I was thinking like that would be hard to identify, but that was perfect. Had you seen that already like before, or you just randomly?
Nope. I went and searched it out, and that's what I found.
Okay, that's funny. So I have two random questions. My old boss's mom was in the hospital yesterday because her left knee is hurting. She was 81.
Hospitalized because her knee was hurting?
Yeah, she couldn't walk or something, so they took her in, and then both of her knees were hurting really bad. Anyway, they checked her and they just kind of really did x-rays on her knees. She's visiting here in Texas, but she's not from here. So she just went to the hospital, like she's visiting one of her other sons in Uvalde. So it's a small little hospital over there. And anyhow, so they told her she needed knee surgery.
What did they say? Like bone on bone?
Bone on bone, yes.
Yeah.
But considering she's her age and considering she already has heart issues, I mean, is that something you would recommend, or just kind of, just kind of
Bone on bone, it's pretty, there's no way to really resolve it other than
surgery,
staying off of it or surgery. Like it's just a thing, you can reduce the inflammation and things like that, but if it's causing her that much pain, then doing things that are anti-inflammatory like German chamomile and lymphatic work and things like that. But it becomes this thing of staying off of it reduces the pain, but then the person's not very active, and it just starts to be a downward spiral. Before there was the surgeries, like back in the late 1800s, early 1900s, like when somebody had a hip that was bone on bone, you just were bedridden. Like you just didn't, you really should stay off of it because of what it did. And, now those surgeries are like game changers where it's just a weird hiccup in somebody's life where they can go and have that done and bounce back from it. But in the old days, it was pretty debilitating. And when somebody has that, the best you can do is try to minimize inflammation, minimize pain, keep lymphatic stuff moving. But other than that, yeah, there's not a whole lot you can do. You can give them like galbanum and black cumin to help reduce the pain, but bone on bone, it's like whenever they walk, they're generating inflammatory material. And if they can manage it, great. But if they can't, then it just makes them more and more uncomfortable. And so you just try to keep them as comfortable as possible. But as far as the bone and bone thing itself, there's really no resolving it,
My thing with that is that I'm just wondering, like, if her heart would be able to.
How old is she?
81.
I mean, it's still possible. Like, it's still a doable thing. How bad's the heart, or what's going on with the heart?
I'm not too sure on the heart, but I just know she does have heart issues.
Yeah. I mean, at that age, it's a risk no matter what. But it's still very doable. I even had a patient who had a hip replacement at, I think she was 92. And, it would depend on her health. Like, I mean, I try to like keep, get her as healthy as possible before she did it. But other than that, that's going to be a call on the surgeon. Like, they kind of know the parameters of what they can do or what they're willing to do. And, I've seen surgeons turn people down in their 60s. And like I said, I had that one person in their 90s, but like the people that they turned out in their 60s had some significant health issue. And so, there are certain parameters that they follow. And so, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Next question I have is I wanted to help a coworker deal with she has a hard time dealing with traffic in the morning. So I don't know, I'm thinking in my head, like, what's going on with that when someone, like, traffic is traffic, but like it's really like wound up about it.
She's probably getting triggered a little bit. Let's see. Maybe try galbanum with her, like on the wrist or even a few drops internally, and like have her do it daily. And let's see if that reduces the tendency to get triggered and get a little worked up. Palo Santo might work as well, but I'd probably start with galbanum. Yeah. She just looks like she gets triggered. You know how like instinctive mind, you get a little wound up and then you get like a little like everything gets fast and everything gets a little going and you start thinking of all the potentials or you just get wound up that you're even having to deal with it, and it just kind of tailspins from there.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what happens with everything. It was funny, we were talking about learning loss, and she was saying that why are they blaming the teachers for learning loss? And I was like laughing because I was thinking in my head, she had a couple of drinks, so I thought, okay, this is not the time to tell her. But I mean, they're not blaming the teachers; they're blaming like COVID, it happened. So what can we do about it? Now it's kind of like the state is trying to make up for the learning losses going on. But she was like so like just passionate about this whole situation, like about why are they blaming us? I was just laughing with her, but she gets triggered like that very easily. So speaking of her, I was just wondering if you'd be able to check her mom quickly for me, just to see how she's doing with this is the mom that had those cords that you said were she had like huge thing of cords in her solar, I think, from she worked at a prison.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I remember her. Yeah, you know how we do the thing with like what we did at Astara today, where you do the left side, the front, the side, the back.
Yes.
Do a bunch of that on her, but even like instead of at the body, like outward.
Okay.
Yeah. It's just her outer part of her energy body is just very impacted. Like it's very thick.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ray.
Yeah, you're so welcome. Like go back and forth between general sweeping or working the aura and then both towards the body and then away from the body. And then towards the body and then away from the body. Keep going back and forth.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Keep me posted on that one too.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you have a Kartika, by the way?
No.
Okay. You have a Purba? A disintegrator?
No, I don't.
Okay. We'll take care of you on that. Like remind me, we'll send her up. Get her a Purba. We'll get you a Purba here. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much.
And then I'll tell you how to use it. Yeah, for this situation.
Okay, thank you.
And then go ahead, Dorothy.
Hey, Miss Dorothy.
Hi.
Hey.
I have a daughter who has a lot of headaches. Sometimes they're really severe. Other times she can just go on with her life, but she takes a lot of Excedrin.
Okay.
That extra strength Excedrin.
Right.
And she and I both are concerned about whether she always eats some bread or eats something when she takes it. But I was wondering if this myrrh, would that be a good substitute for pain?
Potentially. Like, what do you know where her headaches are manifesting? Is it the top, the temples, the behind the eyes?
Oh gosh, no.
Yeah.
But I can ask her, and I'm going to
ask her. Yeah, ask her and see what's up, and we can go from there. Different headaches in different areas, different regions are caused by different things. Sometimes it's the neck, sometimes it's the spine, sometimes it's digestion. Sometimes it's even coming from the Mingmen and the low back. Could be the jaws. And so knowing the kind of headache that we're dealing with makes it a little bit easier to troubleshoot. Myrrh in general would probably help. Sometimes vetiver would probably help. Wintergreen sometimes in the temples or vetiver up in the temples can help. But the more that we know about the headache, the easier it would be to treat.
Okay, well, I'm going to be in a class, your classes that you have that are coming up, the free classes. So I'll ask her
Okay.
and I'll ask you again.
Okay, perfect.
All right. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And this is a clarifying question. You were talking, I think, about for Loosely and detoxing the skin post chemo, maybe. Were you saying myrrh or myrtle
I was saying helichrysum or turmeric.
for that, right?
Yeah.
And the myrrh was for pain, correct?
The myrrh was for pain, and post chemo and radiation, the myrrh can also detoxify the kidneys. And that's actually been studied. Like that's not just me coming up with that. That's I can't remember if it was a doctor or a nurse practitioner, but they were working with chemo and radiation patients, and they were, doing testing as they were going through and doing this, and the myrrh provided good detoxification for the kidneys.
And I have not forgot about all of your chats here and your questions. I think probably good time to start getting to those for you guys. I'm gonna kind of go backwards. I hope I get all of you guys. If for some reason I missed one of yours, repost it. But with the materialization breath, just moving as slow as necessary possibly works well for me. So she was just sharing.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Question on the materialization breath again. Should we, I think I might have asked this one. Should we have a limit on the movement? You answered that, right?
Mhm.
Okay. The other question was, did Greg say spike lavender was a good kidney detox yesterday? I think it was when you were talking to Christy. I think it was her gallbladder.
Oh no, that wasn't about a kidney cleanse. That was about what is that in my notes? That was for cleaning up the skin contributes to mood that eventually will contribute to emotion. And so the spike lavender was to help detoxify trauma kinds of energies from the skin so that they can be processed. Your skin is a line of defense, even from the environment and other people, but also if there's internal trauma that is impacting physiology, it will still manifest in the skin. And so the spike lavender was to clean up the effect of trauma on the skin, and then to be processed with the helichrysum through the organs of blood purification.
Oh, thank you.
That's what that was about. Yeah.
Question, are there some things we want to materialize using the materialization breath, like having money, that we should not practice in our meditation space, correct?
No, you could still do all of that in your meditation space. It's a little bit different than doing it in some other kinds of practices. But basically, when you're doing the materialization breath, it is a prayer type activity. And so even though it might be goal oriented or about prosperity, in that scenario, that's still fine. Yeah. Good question.
You had mentioned some different oils for the different organs. For the spleen, if it's swollen, that somebody's asking, what if the spleen is swollen?
Spleen is swollen. Angelica potentially will work, but what I've used traditionally for that is golden seal. Like get golden seal root from the health food store. I'd get capsuled just because it's so bitter. I wouldn't take it in a tincture. It'd be hard to take. But swollen spleen is usually treated by ingesting golden seal a few times a day, like 2-3 capsules twice a day. And it takes a little bit of time, but it will reduce the inflammation in the spleen. Usually, I should say.
What is the difference in the size of incense between the Abramelin regular pack and large pack?
The large pack is 4 of the little ones.
How do you use Angelica for the spleen? And is there anything less expensive?
Internal, I get Golden Seal for that, like that. Not a lot of choices there for oil wise.
To detox the kidneys, can we use myrrh and frankincense blend?
No, it needs to be myrrh.
How would you use the oil heavy-hearted?
I would use it in a salt bath. I would use it in inhalation, either awareness on the body or through the chakras. We are going to use it next week in the Uncle Bob class if you have it already, or it'll be part of that class. But it's let me see if I can pull up. Let me see how I have you guys using it here. So what I have you guys doing next weekend with that, there's a bunch of single oil choices, but you put your awareness on different areas of your body, like especially where you feel heaviness, because like the heaviness is energetic. It could be a lack of movement. It could be a bunch of emotion that's concentrated, or it could be a bunch of accumulated elementals that are keeping the energy from moving. And so like when elementals get really, it's a byproduct of conditioning, but it can really make energy very, very stagnant. And so you'll tap into different areas of your body and then work it from the Ming Men, the back heart, the crown. And you're trying to flush things out and transmute them. And so I even do a little experiment sometimes with working the heavy heart on the arms and the legs. But then I follow it again, Ming Men, back heart, crown. And so yeah, it's a good way to really flush out like heavy, low vibrational energies in the body. Yeah.
Which cinnamon would be the best to use in the materialization breath?
Any of them would work, but cinnamon leaf would probably be my go-to thing. Yeah.
What is the best way to work with white Tara?
White Tara, well, there's white Tara that's from the Body Wisdom class, so you can do that. But if you just want to do a devotional practice, you use it for the materialization breath. If you want to work kind of the energy of white Tara, do awareness on your forehead, then on your palms, then on the soles of your feet, and then again, Ming Men, back heart, crown. Yeah, that's actually a white Tara practice. Yeah.
When we started with the 3 brain practice months ago, it was sex, front solar, brain. Now we added the 3 transmutation with the Ming Men, back heart, crown are mixed in. The dance steps became larger and deeper and original. And the original 3 are too simple? Question mark.
No, at first you're getting used to them. You're getting them a bit more activated. You're getting used to putting your awareness on the 3. But when you go sex and then Ming Men, the Ming Men cleans up the sex chakra, the root brain. And then when you go front solar plexus to the back heart, the back heart cleans up the second brain, or the emotions and feelings. And then when you go brain and then to the crown cleans up the mental body and the brain. Still important to practice those 3. Like at first, that you go sex, solar, brain, or brain, solar, sex, the up or down doesn't really matter. You're getting used to the 3. And there's still something to be said about spending time balancing the three out. That was going to be one of the things that if we had a little bit of spare time, I was going to run people through again, but we'll do it over the next few weeks or in a study group or something. But the Mingmen, Backhart, and Crown are cleaning up some of the things. So it's not an either or, it's just steps or phases of developing the practice. There's still more things that we haven't done yet, but it's like just kind of doing a piece, letting it digest, and then we'll do another piece. But I'm going to be writing out what going up does, going down, doing the variations, like what each piece of that is doing to the energy body and to the mind, and then giving it to you guys as an overview. I have a bunch of scrambled notes that I just haven't had time to pull together.
I held St. Francis in my heart when we did the materialization practice. However, I realized I do not want to live his life of self-imposed suffering and pain. I commit to engage in service, and I want a second layer and socks under my robes. Am I not getting the benefit of suffering? And second part of the
suffering. Like when you do a devotional practice to the being, it's not necessarily like you're taking on their lifestyle. So that St. Francis had a hard life. That was his journey, not necessarily your journey. Okay to have socks under your robes or whatever. I can't remember what you said, but something like that. St. Francis is being known by, it's Katumi, who gave the Astara teachings, gave the teachings to Astara, and has done so many other things. And then he's also Pythagoras. He was also one of the three wise men. And so esoteric gossip is he's the next Christ. And so I would just look at it as a devotional practice to that great, great being. So they say the next Christ is going to be more about oneness and refinement of the mental body and meditation and so
this kind of then answers that, because they are asking, and does Katumi live at less of an extreme? But I think that's
from what I understand, a lot of times some of these teachers are they can be well off, they can be wealthy, but they use their money for being able to maintain like their practice and then doing service. And so like Katumi supposedly is also, and St. Francis is also the person that built Taj Mahal, so one life he's whipping himself because he's being hard on the body, and the other time he's building a palace. So guess it's all timing.
What oils are in balance?
Myrrh, spikenard, valerian, vetiver. Let's look at that. Aloes, benzoin, and acacia. Well, that's a fancy blend.
And then go ahead, Denise.
Hey, Denise.
Greg, now I do have a pretty bad headache on my right side. That's where that surgery was, right above my temple. Just can you help me? What's best to take for a headache like that?
It's in the
ibuprofen
temple.
really
It's
tore,
like, what's that?
ibuprofen really did tear my stomach up, from all the surgeries I've had.
And it's on the temple, like close to the eyes or back further?
Behind my eyes, kind of behind my
Oh,
eye.
behind the eyes.
Oh,
I would rub like some vetiver or spikenard like on the shoulders, like up in here,
okay.
and then like on the neck, like in here, and then even take a little bit and just like kind of rub it into the temples.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll have to order the Vetiver, but I do have spike.
Oh, so you have spikenard or valerian, like pull something out like that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I might when I get a back headache, I can't think straight.
Yeah. Even like I like to take some of like the spikenard or vetiver and then rub it into the base of the skull on the backside. And then do you have like myrrh or galbanum?
I have both of those. Yes, thankfully I have
Once you
both.
take like 4 or 5 drops of myrrh internally,
I'd
that'll
love
probably,
it.
yeah,
I've
I
never
think that would probably knock it out too.
4 to 5 drops of it, right? Internal.
Yeah.
Oh, excellent. It'll start me on my new path. Thank you.
Yeah, you're good.
Have a good evening. Thanks so much for this class, you guys. It was
Yeah, my pleasure. It was a fun day. Like a day like this, we never know like how it's going to turn out, and so like I had things kind of prepped, but I really like what's coming out. Came out today, and like I said, like with the questions that Laura was asking, well, we're going to start a whole new series of classes, like the lymphatic classes, but spiritual practice oriented classes, where it's just kind of like this, but we'll go deeper into like one will be on prayer and one will be on, we'll set up topics, but
it's wonderful. It does. It lets
Yeah.
us know what directions to start going in, and it
Yeah.
widens everything. So thank you.
yeah.
Have a
So,
And then go ahead, Lucinda.
hey, Cindy.
Let's get you on.
Trying to get there. I had to get back to the unmute screen. Yes, thank you for this weekend. It's been great. I had something really unusual happen this morning when I got up, and I don't know if it was related to what we did yesterday. And that was my whole vestibular system was off. I wasn't dizzy, but I could not walk a straight line. I think it might have come from my neck as I started stretching it out, but I'm just curious if that was related to what
do
we
you
did,
have
or
any
maybe the
back?
issue.
Do you have any back issues? Like, did you wake up and your back was feeling weird or anything like that?
Well, my back always feels a little weird. My neck is fused, but never have I had this sense of being so off balance. It was.
I would say that's most likely the neck. Like do you have the lantana?
Yeah.
Yep. Like inhale the lantana a whole bunch. Like I think that's probably, you could do lantana and then maybe follow it up with a little bit of hyssop, and that should regulate itself. The psoas can cause like that thing where the sternocleidomastoid will cause the thing where you're walking and then you gotta step a foot out, and then you're maybe not walking completely straight line. The psoas can really make you weave, like really make you weave. But I wouldn't think that what we did would unwind that and cause that. Like if anything, it would diminish it. And so, but
I've never had it before, so.
Okay, you never had it before. It's the neck then.
Yeah.
Like I'd almost guarantee you 100% it's the neck.
Okay.
Yeah.
So something like that wouldn't be related to an issue that you were working on, actively working on. It's more.
Not. I mean, if it is, it's like it might have engaged a little fight flight or made you feel a little like chaotic because you're re-experiencing a little bit of it, but it should be able to be calmed down kind of quickly. Yeah, but it's not like you're living the experience. It's just your body is like, ugh, kind of doing that.
Yeah. No, I was surprisingly calm and in charge of the whole interaction, we'll call it. So, but I think yesterday helped for that.
Good.
All right.
Good,
Well,
good, good.
you answer my question.
Keep me posted. If for some reason it stays weird, let me know. But the lantana should resolve that.
Yeah, really, because it took
Lantana and then his.
probably
Yeah, do the both.
an hour or two to go away. So
Yeah, that's a little odd.
it,
Yeah.
yeah, and I didn't even drink last night. I could have thought what happened with that. All right, thank you.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
A little question from when you were talking about myrrh earlier. Would
Mhm.
you use myrrh alone to detox?
Yeah. Detox the kidneys. Yes.
I'm a little confused about the body part focus during materialization breath. Greg just mentioned bringing energy up from the feet, and I have a note from the past class about releasing breath and focusing on the ajna. Are those
No,
separate
so
practices?
the moving things up from the feet up is when you can't do the head motion. So other than that, disregard it. Yeah, do the materialization breath. That's just for people who can't do the head movement.
Let me, and just confirm that that makes sense, or if he needs to clarify anything else with that. If the spleen is depleted, can you just inhale Angelica on the spleen, or does it have to be internal?
If it's depleted, I would do time. Do some form of time.
Internal or inhalation?
Internal would be best, but if you don't want to take it internally, then inhale.
And that clarified.
Yeah.
Okay. How do I get caught up on the 3-brain practice if I only got the beginning, which was the sex, solar, and brain? Are there any YouTube videos?
I'll have to go back through and see. We've peppered it through a couple of things, and I don't really recall what
I'm
it is.
sure we have it in some practice.
How about we
lists.
just end with it right now?
Can I do, what do we
Yeah.
have? Let me do, I think I have 2 questions.
Yeah,
and then
we'll
we
do
end
2
with the
questions and then
3-brain.
we'll end with a 3-brain little practice
I have several bottles of stagnation and stagnation body tonic.
Mhm.
How can I use it? Will it chase away elementals sprayed on the body? The aura?
Has a bit of clearing up elementals, but it's for cleaning up the spine. It's so salt baths, body tonic helps move lymph and clear up the spine. So it doesn't have to be put on the spine. You could even just put it on the wrists and it will clean up the spine.
Perfect. And I think, yeah, let's end with a
Yeah.
3-brain practice.
So let's have you do it could be a good while here. You know, if you have like hyssop or marjoram, tarragon, lemongrass, let's do something like that. Rosemary, ENS support, spikenard, valerian. And we are going to be doing more 3-brain work at that free class at the end of the month. The one that's on the 30th, December 30th. Okay, so begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. Long, slow, deep breath.
Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Then move your awareness to the low back area, the back side of the navel. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the navel. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say navel? Backside of the navel. Starting to space out. Backside of the navel, the Ming Men. Then your awareness is on the solar plexus, the area below your ribs on your upper abdomen. And then your back heart. Your awareness is on your back heart. Your awareness is on the brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then your awareness is on the crown. Just be still. So that's a little practice that you can do. We will be going in depth with the three brain on that class, that free class on December 30th. We'll get you caught up and even add things that haven't been taught yet. And we'll be doing some materialization breath work that day as well. That had already been planned. But, capitalizing on what Laura was asking about. And we'll kind of go from there. One more thing is Samantha wants to show you how to navigate on the YouTube. Is that what it was?
Yeah.
So she's just going to show you this as we kind of close out the day. And again, thanks for spending the day with us. Like, this has been a great class. Like, you never know how these days are going to shake out, and what a great class today. Like, I really enjoyed chatting it up with you guys. So
Okay, so I just found out how to do this. So you guys may know this already, but when you go to Plant Piranha Oil, we'll just start from the beginning here. It's youtube.com/Plant Piranha Oils. So this is our page. And then if you look here in our page itself, there's a search button. I never knew that. So this is new to me. So I'm guessing other people don't know this either. So it was asked, oh, are there other three brain YouTube videos? So I just typed in three brain, enter, and it has a bunch of different videos that we've put up with the three brain practice. And they have evolved for the last few months. And so they're all just a little different. And I think it's just such a cool thing to be able to see this. Another thing, if you're wondering about an oil, we have playlists that does oil profiles, but say we wanted to look up, I don't know, spruce. And so I just type in spruce here, and then it has black spruce versus white spruce, black spruce, all these different uses. And so I just really wanted you guys to know we have so much great stuff even on our YouTube channel. And I even just figured out how to navigate it even more easily for everybody. So wanted to share that with you guys. Now, Deborah's hand is raised.
sure, yeah.
Go ahead, Deborah.
Hey, Deborah.
No? Yeah, thank you guys again. Robert just posted there are 1,200 videos on our YouTube channel now. Oh my gosh.
Boy. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm off my game. I would have usually had 1,500 or 1,600 by now. You gotta get busy.
And someone's asking, is there going to be a New Year's Day meditation?
New Year's Day. Let me think about it.
I think that's a Monday.
Yeah, it's a Monday. Sometimes we do it, sometimes we don't.
We're gonna do that new add-on thing on Sunday, which is New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, it'll be either on the eve or the day of.
And go ahead, Deborah. There you go.
Hey, Deborah.
Hey, I wanted to just know, I raised the question about the three brains because the last practice that I remember was trying to merge the focus on the three brains, and I didn't get very far when I had other things that kept me away from the practice. Sure. So are you still maybe the YouTubes will reveal how you're working that aspect in with what you just did.
Yeah, it's developing like different like kind of components, and part of the thing with that at first was just getting those 3 sections kind of activated, and then you know, especially in the beginning, it's important to do the like balancing your awareness on all 3 at the same time, so that they get kind of used to interacting with each other, and it kind of overloads the logical mind, and it makes it easier to slip into the intuitive mind. And so I've been doing it for a couple of decades. I still do that beginning stuff because, you know, like I'll go, okay, balance all 3, and I'll be sitting there balancing it, and I'll realize, yeah, but like 70% of my awareness is on my brain. Like, you know, it's like I still feel myself slipping into that a little bit. And so that practice is good for the development of that. The thing that we just did is good for just cleaning things up, you know, like the conditioning, the patterns, the 3 brains. And so for a little bit, we're practicing like some of the different pieces individually, but I was going to pull a lot of those things together on that free class on December 30th, where we kind of combined 3 brain practices and did it to a little bit of a greater degree. And what did we call that class? I can't remember. It was like setting the new year off, or
Revitalize and thrive in the new year.
yeah, revitalize and thrive in the new year. So there's going to be materialization breath work. There's going to be 3 brain work. There's going to be what else did I have in there? There was another little piece I had in there that I can't remember what it was, but it was just like kind of how Laura was asking about, just like some bare bone practices of like what we can do. It was about like tackling some of that, like, you know, materialization breath is a big component in a lot of things that we do. The 3 brains is definitely a big component of the things that we want to do. And, you know, we'll just tackle some of those things like that. And, you know, we'll be doing some add-ons to that even in January when we're there in Sarasota with you guys. There's the aspect of the will that we'll be tying in with all of that, which like kind of lights a fire under the 3 brain practice to an even greater degree. So it's going to be still woven into stuff, but we still want to have like that day of practice where we just go through and do all the different aspects that we've kind of covered so far. And so you can search the YouTube for the things that we've done, because I'm sure that we've done it in some free stuff, and it's in some of the classes that we've done over the next last few months, but also we'll do it at that free class. And then, you know, beginning of the year, it's still going to be a big part of what we do. And in fact, with Astara, there's a non-oil practice that we're going to be doing twice a month. It's based on the 3 brain practice, that is like a little healing ceremony / spiritual ceremony that we're going to be doing every other week. So
I love that. I love what you're doing with the Astara, and I've actually started getting into the degree books. Yeah. So it's getting late for you guys and everyone else. I had more questions around this kind of thing, and I'm going to try and just hold off till Tuesday for your Q&A.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, that'd be great.
Thank you.
And on that, perfect. Yes, Tuesday, more Q&A. This time is for you. Greg gives Tuesdays.
Yeah,
for
Tuesday is just still an extension of what we did today, and, you know, a little mini version. And so we'll be doing that. And Wednesday night will be kind of a revisiting of the free SOAS class that we did yesterday. And so join us on Wednesday. And, you know, if we don't do that, we jump to something else. That's fine too. So.
And I didn't let you know, Greg, we had to share, Kathy and Ann did another presentation at their sanctuary last Sunday.
Oh, nice.
And said it was a great success, and shared the information about plant prana. And they brought in the light, and topic was on bringing in light, and they used the oils.
Oh, nice. Right on.
Yeah.
Good for you guys.
Yeah, very cool. And you'll get the newsletter, our weekly newsletter tomorrow, so keep an eye out. I'm excited for the frankincense info.
Yeah, I'm gonna put visit all the different, talk about frankincense and then all the different frankincenses and why to use each one and when.
Just kind of fun.
Yeah, kind of a fun thing. So, okay, you guys. Love you guys and take care, and we'll see you in the next day or two.